I now call the August meeting of the Kansas State Board of Education to order. Welcome to those of you in attendance and everyone listening online. All board members are present and seated. The mission statement for the Kansas State Board of Education is to prepare Kansas students for lifelong success through rigorous, quality academic instruction, career training, and character development according to each student's gifts and talents. Our vision is for Kansas to lead the world in the success of each student. At this time, we will pause for a moment of silence. Please stand and join me as we recite the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. There is a change that needs to be made to item 8 on today's agenda. You will note that the papers in your packet include the new item. So it's the addition of ESER 2 to the section that was previously just ESER 3. So we'll be voting on ESER 2 change requests in addition to the ESER 3 change requests. Are there any other changes to today's agenda? Tomorrow, okay. May I have a motion to approve the agenda? Betty and Jim, thank you. All in favor? All right. Are there any corrections or additions to the minutes of the meeting conducted on, I think this should say July 2023? Motion to approve? Betty and Dina, all in favor? Opposed? Abstain? Are you abstaining? I think that's a 10-0 vote. Is that where we're at, Danny? Okay. Motion passes. Thank you. All good. We will now go to the commissioner's report. Welcome, Commissioner Randy Watson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and welcome. Today marks start of school for some students in Kansas. Certainly new teachers have been pouring in, and excitement's running, and new staff, all staff will be back for those districts that aren't starting until next week. Michelle reminds me that fall sports officially kick off on Monday, so that's when practice will start for them. They've had a full season already in the summer, but as we think about this work, we're going to talk some about that, the never-ending challenge of the work that we have, and maybe how far this board wants to go to ensure some of that work as it relates to your board goals and your targets. How we are going to, this picture, help every student be successful in taking a look at reading. One of your board goals that we're working on, of course, is goal number 2, which is to enhance the opportunity for students to be post-secondary ready and for their success. And as you know, one of the outcomes is we want to decrease those students who just aren't doing well academically. That's basically what this says. They're at the lowest levels in how we measure that, and trying to move them up. We're going to talk some about that as it relates to literacy. And then also how we help students graduate high school and then go on to be successful. You know, we've been sharing this little graphic with you, kind of highlights that student raising his or her hand, having academic success, and which leads to graduation and post-secondary. I want to share, and I'll give you this, so I'm not going to read to you, on a screen. Here's a quote that I pulled, and I'm just going to paraphrase it, so you can read it later. Effective schools would be schools that are successful. How many would you have to see, in this quote, If the answer is more than one, then I submit that you have reasons of your own to believe that pupil success derived from family background instead of school response to that family background. I just want you to think about that. You have reasons other than your own for preferring to believe that pupil success derives from who they are, where they came from, versus the school's response to that. And then you can see about children of the poor. He goes on, which is Ron Edmonds, a very famous quote if you're in education circles, that latter part. We can teach all children whose schooling is of interest to us. We already know that, he said. Whether or not we choose to do it is up to us. I'm paraphrasing. Ron Edmonds passed away in 1983. That quote is from the 1970s. Let that sink in. The 1970s, that research was already becoming clear that there were these group of schools that looked like other schools that were doing remarkably better than this other group of schools. They labeled those in that period of time effective schools. His partner, Larry Lazat, Dr. Larry Lazat, went on to run that movement for decades. I think he just recently, Larry Lazat, passed away. So what do we know then about what makes up that success? Well, 1970s, Ron Edmonds is saying there's a set. Jim, you'll remember the effective school correlates, right? Safe and secure. You had to have safety first. You had to do some things. You had to pay attention to what matters most. Fast forward now to 2023, all right? Because I often think that interesting research points us back to a time where we knew what research said. In 2023, a researcher that educators look to a lot by the name of John Hattie looked at a lot of factors, and he said the first factor that you should have in a successful school is the belief, the collective belief by the teachers that we can impact those kids and we can change their trajectory. We can do this. Exactly what Ron Edmonds was saying in the 1970s. His research would say the effect size of that is really high. So it's this fancy term called collective teacher efficacy. And we throw that around as if we know what it means. It simply means teachers as a whole believe they can change. The inverse of that is, and you'll hear this, the inverse of that is, well, Michelle, I get this a lot. Yeah, but you don't know the kids we have to serve, right? We're not serving easy to teach kids. I get a little, sometimes I get that when I'm at various places in the state. And one of the places sometimes I get that is in Southeast Kansas, but I get it various places. And I have to remind, I am from Southeast Kansas. So I resemble that remark, right? When people are talking about that, from a single mother and in a family that struggled, not poor. We wouldn't have called ourselves poor, but certainly working class. And I want to share with you, so that's the first step. Second step is I can be enthusiastic, and Jim, I can believe that you and Michelle can learn, but I don't have any skills. Like I'm running east looking for the sunset, right? And the sun's setting in the west. I mean, so I have to have skill, and then I have to put those skills into action. So it's really a three-step, very intense. I have to believe I can do the work. I have to have the skill set to do the work, and then I have to execute that work. We've talked about this school district again. I'm just going to go through this data really quick. Caney Valley School District sits right there on the border. You can spit into Oklahoma, into Copan, not very far from Bartlesville. It sits in Montgomery County. Here's what Caney looks like. Pull this, population's around 1,500. So it's a small community, right? Median income in Caney is $28,000. Compare that to where you might live. Median home price, $62,800. How'd you like to go get a home for $62,800? It's pretty hard to find in McPherson, Kansas, I can tell you. All right, that's the demographics of Caney. Here's what they've done. All right, I've shared this with you before. Our goal is 95%. Caney used to be at 91 in 16. Last year, they're at 94. Number of kids going on to post-secondary, our goal is 70-75. They used to be at 44.5, and now they're at 51. Not where we want to be, but where we're going. Now look at academically. We want to lower the ones in level 1, legitimately raise the levels 2 and 3. How about science? 2017, 35% of kids, that's dropped to 32. How about English language arts? 35% of the kids in 17 in level 1, they dropped that to 24%. Mathematics, 31% in 17, they dropped that to 18.5%. Median income, $28,000, $1,500 in the town. Most people have never been through Caney, Kansas. Almost have to want to go there, right? I mean, it's not on a major interstate. How about going up 3 and 4? 36% in 2017, went up to 39, that was science. 33% in language arts went to 45. 31% of kids in mathematics went up to 46.5. That's changing lives of families and kids. And when you talk to them, you know, the secret sauce, Mark Tallman went down and did a whole story about them. And they'll say, you know, yeah, we can talk some about curriculum. We can talk. We talk about every single one of our kids every day and every family and how we're going to impact them. And we believe it. And that belief, coupled with some skill that they have, knowledge that we'll talk about, coupled with executions leading to unbelievable results. So as we think about how are we going to, at least in literacy, drop the percent that we have at our lowest levels and increase the levels of 2 to 3? Well, you took some very distinct action by putting aside some money from ESSER in training every teacher in elementary schools and pre-K in the letters. That's the science of reading, structured literacy. Those things on the left, I think, Ann, we were having a discussion a meeting or two ago about what is structured literacy, what's the science of reading. And I got a letter not too long ago from a gentleman, CEO in the Kansas City area, saying, please teach more phonics. Please teach more phonics. Structured literacy is all about phonics, but it's about much more than that. Everything on the left is the science, is structured literacy and the science of reading. Certainly there's a decoding, which is phonics, but it's all that. And you allocated $15 million to train every one of our teachers over the 3-year period that we have the ESSER money to do that. We blinked. COVID's no longer with us. And in September 24, guess what happens to the ESSER money? It's gone. It's a year from now, just about a year from now. It's gone. 40% of that money's been expended. There's $9 million left to be spent to train teachers. I have to have a belief we can do the work. Can't change beliefs sometimes, but we can help impact that. And then I have to have the skill. I can't do the work if I don't have the skill. What we know is right now in Kansas, about 7,800 teachers in the elementary have formally been trained in this work. That's about half. It's about half. Raw numbers are around 16,000 in early childhood, special ed, and elementary. It's about half. If you want to look at school districts that have really taken advantage of this, look at that. That's those over 75% participation. Kathy, you'll be pleased to know your hometown of Hayes, 122. They extended it into the middle school. They said, we're doubling down on reading. Betty, I want you to know 2 things and to think about who represents DeSoto. Is that, I'm looking here. You go all the way to DeSoto now. So 3 school districts, not on that list, all right? Wichita, why? Wichita's been training their own and doing that, but they would be on that list, Betty, highly committed to literacy. DeSoto is another who are internally training their systems. And then Kansas City, Kansas. And what Kansas City, Kansas is currently doing is taking release time every Wednesday, spreading that out over several years, and training all their staff. So they don't show up there, but they've also been actively involved. Now you'll see, we do show Kansas City here, but they're actually higher than that. Here's those that have been 50, 75% participation in letters. So the feedback that we've received is 97% of those that have gone through letters training agreed they can apply the skills and concepts learned in the training, and 96% feel confident delivering instruction once they've gone through. Anecdotally, I ran in recently to two teachers I know very well in two different school systems, and these teachers are master teachers. One's had over 30 some years experience, the other 40 some years experience. They both went through letters training in the last year, and they'd gone through it back in the early 2010s. And both said to me separately, they said, Dina, I wasn't very enthused about going back through this again. I agreed to do it because my colleagues were doing it, but I'd done this. I've taught 30 years, 40 years. And they then said to me, there was new stuff. There's new information that I didn't know after all these years that I can apply immediately in my classroom to help people learn literacy. So it's important. But I want to go back. 7,800 needs to get to about 15,000, 16,000. We have $9 million that we'd love to spend between now and December of 24, September to December. I need your help. When you go to your community, I need you to ask. You're going to go to Derby soon. Whenever you're going to, Danny, I know you're out in school. Ask them how many of your teachers are trained. It's free. Now, it's 2 year training, and it's hard. This is intense training. But if we're going to actually have every student be literate and be able to read and be functional above level 1, right? We've got to believe that we can do the work with every kid. That's number one. And then we have to have the skill to do it. And then we have the will to put that skill into action every single day, choose the right curriculum, and do those things. So we have an opportunity that you have given everyone across the state. And I hope you help them see that they can take advantage of that. We also are offering for administrators, like elementary principals, or curriculum leaders or superintendents, people that are overseeing that work, they can take letters for administrators at no cost. It's a shorter package, not as in-depth, but it's shorter, and that is at no cost to them. By the way, I know that there's some release time and substitutes are hard to come by, and so we hope maybe you join a summer cohort if you can. Also, school districts can use their ESSER money to pay stipends. Some have done that for teachers to go through it, and that's really good work too. So as we think about this work, I want you again to think about, I'm going to go back here before Caney. So proud of the work that they do. By the way, I've mentioned this before, the trivia that you need to know today. Here's your mascot trivia. Everyone know what the mascot is in Caney Valley? Come on. See, my family, we were bored over holidays, my life, so we would just make up these games. And one of the ones was name the mascot. And we'd go through and and my uncles were really good at both college and high school. They are one of two in the state of Kansas to have the bullpup as their mascot. McPherson is the other. All right, Clear, 140 years ago, almost now, the reason McPherson became the Bullpups is that the McPherson College are the Bulldogs. Try to find out why Caney is the Bullpups, and it's a mystery, but they are the Bullpups, and we're proud of them. So listen to when you're out talking to school districts, to teachers, to superintendents. Do they have a belief that everyone that they have in their school district that they can impact? Or are they saying, Jim, I don't know if you just know our kids. I just don't know if you just know them very well. And then are they getting the skills? And in this case, letters training to impact literacy. And if not, say, well, are your literacy scores really good? And the answer probably is no. We're working on that. Well, how are you working on that if you don't have the skill to teach it? And then how are we going to go impact that? Shane's going to talk to you today about testing, right, and licensure and things. I want to leave you with this, then I'll be happy to answer questions for you. In the early 1980s, I started my teaching career, and I got out of school and went to college in the 70s and around 80. Got out and immediately after getting out, the state of Kansas, Shane Carter's department here in the licensure said, Randy, when you get ready to relicense 5 years from now, you're going to have to take another class. And I'm like, what? Dina, you'll remember this. Like, what? I just got out. You're telling me I have to take another class? Yes, the state of Kansas, a state board at the time, said you did not take enough special education classes, and you're going to have special ed kids because we were including them in regular ed classes. And I was made to go back and take a class called Exceptional Child. And I had to do that before I relicensed. Something to think about. How serious do we want to get around literacy? How much do we want to say, you'll have the training, you'll prove to us you have the training, or you'll prove to us that you have the skill? I want you just to think about that over the next several months, because how I think we have to be, all of us collectively. I believe on the 500,000 kids that are coming back to school that we can do this work. I believe it every single day, and I think the people putting forth the effort can too. We have to make sure they're equipped with the skills and then the curriculum and things that they need to put that together. So with that, I'm going through Caney Valley again quick, all their success. Madam Chair, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Commissioner. We have a handful of questions already. I'll start with Kathy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I want to say, Garnett High School, Bulldogs, just saying, that's where I come from. So,
Yes, but not the Bull Pups.
they were not the Bull
Was
Pups.
it junior high
They
the Bull
were-
Pups?
No,
Oh,
no,
okay.
no, they were the Hornets, actually.
Go figure. All
I
right.
know, right? I don't even know what they're called anymore because everything changed. But when you say letters training and you say 2 years, can you give me a better picture of what that means exactly in time? And, what does that look like for a teacher to go through?
Yes. Off the top of my head, I don't want to misspeak on that. So let me get that for you. And Ben may have this on the top of his head. If he does, he'll come right up behind me here in just a second. It's a series of trainings over a 2-year period, some of which are in person, some of which are online. And there's assessment to each one of those kind of sessions. So I would need to get you the total time, but it is an intensive course. Yeah. Here he is. Ben, can you shed light on it?
I don't have a ton of detail, but just to give an idea, so the early childhood component, so anything pre-K, it's a 1-year program, and it's approximately 1.5 hours per week, and it can be a combination of reading, in-person training, and virtual as well. The 2-year training, which would be for everybody else, is about 2 hours per week, and same kind of model. So a lot of it's hybrid model. Just depends on the format, whether you're doing, Dr. Watson mentioned some are doing it inside the district, and so that looks a certain way versus if you're using a service center or some of the national trainers, but gives you a little bit of an idea, about 2 hours a week.
So 2 hours a week for the entire school year?
Yes, for that entire, yeah, it is highly intensive, and I think, as we hear the challenging aspects, that's what it comes back to oftentimes. It's intense. It requires outside of school time or a devotion to using professional development days within the district for just that. So.
Betty.
Thank you. And it's really just a comment I'd like to make. While I do appreciate the professional training that you offer us when you give your talks, but I do want to comment on something that occurred when we were in Hayesville, and it is amazing when you broaden the spectrum of what constitutes success. Because before we looked at that in a very narrow path, going to college, getting a degree. And when you spoke to that, and we were at a community retreat, and a mother went up to the commissioner in tears, so appreciative of the success of her son being recognized within the boundaries of school. It's interesting how once we have broadened that to look at success not only with a college degree but other aspects as well, that how it warmed that mom's heart. She was crying and I almost kind of cried just because she was so appreciative of knowing that even though my son does not have a college degree, that he is still can still be considered successful, and how good that made her feel. So I really wanted to compliment and comment on the impact that it makes when you are talking about not children in general, but recognizing that there are so many aspects of what success is. And I want to thank you for that.
Each student on their skills. As I remember, you'll correct me, Betty, he has plans to be a successful welder. He's still in high school. But he's very involved with that. And a couple of her other kids, I think, had been academically very successful. And she was questioning whether, is he going to be successful? And yeah, he's taken a different path, but it's a great path. So it was fun to thank you for joining me in Hayesville too.
Ann?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just follow up on what Betty was saying, on my Facebook page popped up this report on K-12 education. I think I sent it to Randy and Melanie and Jim, but it's put out by a group that's largely funded by the Koch organization and Americans for Prosperity. So, here's their game plan for how we're pitching that this is what education should look like. And of course, their answer is micro schools and sending money to private schools, because, I mean, this is what they're going to be pitching next session. Then once you get that report, you start getting emails from them on a regular basis about, well, here's what we believe, and get with us on the education reform. Last week, one of the articles they sent out was about how schools that prioritize social emotional learning have better academic results. And I thought, we get that, but our answer is not more micro schools. Our answer is this is what should happen in public schools. So even the people pushing private schools are pushing a lot of the same things we're pushing, like a broader range of assessments and all that stuff, and accepting that, one test score on one day doesn't rate your success. We just have a different answer to where we ought to take all that. So, question for Randy, are the money we had, the $15 million, was supposed to go to train college professors as well? Is that happening?
Yes, and it is happening, and if there is any college professor still in training, we can do that also. And there's some that still have not done that training. They've done other things, but that is a part of it.
Do we know the numbers on that, like how many of them haven't been trained and where they are?
I can get you that number in the Friday.
Well, I don't need to know, I just want to know that we know.
I'll be happy to send it out to all of you.
Okay, thank you.
Because that is part of it, Ann.
Yeah.
Pre-service professors, and then teachers in the field right now, so that when young people in school right now becoming a teacher come out, they're already trained.
Well, with the question on how dedicated they are to teaching structured literacy in college, it'd be nice to know that the professors actually know how to do it. The other thing was, since LETRS is 2 years and we don't have 2 years left, even if those schools started now, how would they fund the second year?
Yeah, so we can do that. Once they start, let's say that last cohort starts September of '24 and doesn't finish till '26, that money will be encumbered and paid for over that time.
Okay.
It's just that they have to start. That may be toward your question too, Kathy.
And the other thing came to mind, we also developed some training on how to teach math.
That's correct.
What's happening with that?
We're field piloting that right now. We did that in Dodge City this summer. It's ready to go. It's been field tested. We're holding off a little bit on that to make sure we get letters, because the literacy money goes out. So Ann's asking a really good question that I want to refresh your memory. So you put aside money to do literacy training and math training. We couldn't find a company that was as good as LETRS on the science of math, if you would. So we hired some math people and we brought people in and we built that, and it lives forever. So we can postpone that training because the letters that money's gonna go, and then we have already spent the money and it will live, and then we can transition and train people in mathematics.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
As a reminder, board members, you get one question and a follow-up for clarification, and then if we need to go back around, we will. Danny?
Thank you. I remembered to push the button. So, and I guess I'll follow up. My question is, so if we're having to retrain all these teachers, what are the colleges teaching the people coming out of college with a degree? And everything that I keep reading is phonics, phonics, phonics. So, but that goes back even when I was in school, phonics was a thing, but, so what's going on? How come we just don't teach phonics? Because if the research also says if a young child learns phonics the right way, they can read.
Yes, kinda. I don't disagree, it's a major component of that. I will say this, though, you may have been taught phonics, I was taught Dick and Jane and C-Spot and C-Spot Run in that sequence in the early 60s, which was not a phonics-based program. The reading wars have been going on. Some of you may have done the Dick and Jane readers too, I don't know. So there was not conclusive evidence around the teaching of reading until the 2000s, when the reading people finally looked at all the research and said, there is a clear piece of evidence that says if we teach reading in this manner, Danny, it's better than if we teach it in another way. And that's called structured literacy, the science of structured literacy, the science of reading. So to answer your question specifically, you are requiring colleges through your teacher prep programs to teach that now to everyone. But there was a time when that wasn't done. And you'll hear words like whole language, that's a little bit old, okay? Balanced literacy would be the more common one, more recent. Those two items are not, so let's take this. Here's a kid that gets no instruction, and do they learn to read? Maybe, it'd be by luck, right? I mean, they pick up a book. Whole language and balanced literacy will teach some kids to read. Structured literacy, science of reading, will do it better. Does that make sense? It's not that the others won't, it does it better. So we have transitioned now over the last several years to say we've got to emphasize this because the research is clear on it. And you have said to higher ed, as they turn out kids in 23 and 24, they have to do that. But there's this whole group of people out there that went through a different set of training in some cases, and they have to be re-educated. Is that helpful? So today, that's happening. But 10 years ago, that may not have been happening.
Then we took our eye off the ball of teaching kids how to read.
Well,
Because we
again,
didn't teach phonics.
well, phonics have always been taught. To the level and the depth of which that was taught was debated among researchers for many, many years as to how to do that. There seems to be a clear set of research right now that says, here is the most effective way to teach reading. So once that became clear, State Board did say everyone needs to be trained in that method. Until that time, they were maybe trained in that method, maybe trained in other methods.
So I was going to ask, what was the timeline on that change? So and actually I was going to ask about the timeline for letters, but if you want to go back and give a little history, I obviously don't want to take up too much time. But.
And Mr. Porter will remember, so we worked with the legislature, it's called the Dyslexia Task Force. So this work started under the guise of dyslexia and kids that were dyslexic. But this is broader than kids with dyslexia. This is about how you teach every kid to read. Because Michelle may know, you can get kids that are really bright, and what they can do is memorize sight words. And that will carry them to the upper elementary, early middle school, and all of a sudden, and they'll fool everyone, including mom and dad. All right, and you think they can read, and they look like they can read. And once you take all the pictures away and you're getting into complex text and reading more Harry Potter novels or, more complex, all of a sudden they start to stress out. And you watch your own kids that are really smart start to go, and they're still trying to hide it, that they can't read. That was because they weren't taught properly when they were young. And you can see it in their spelling, and you can see in all kinds of other things. So the Dyslexia Task Force, Melanie, started that work in 17 or 18 or 19? 18? Okay. And then since about 19, we've been requiring it, Melanie. And then COVID hit, of course, we weren't requiring it, but it was all hands on deck for some other things. And now we're returning back. And now we had the money that we could go reach back to teachers that maybe didn't have that intensive training and help them gain that training. Does that help?
Yep, just trying to get a timeline in place for everyone. And then a quick follow-up. I wanted to ask about substitutes. You mentioned that substitutes can take letters training. The question
I
is,
don't believe the funding goes for substitute teachers.
okay, so if I'm a substitute, I can't reach out to my local district?
No,
Okay.
that's a different question. Does the state pay for it? The answer is no. But can Shawnee Mission pay for substitutes? The answer is yes, and they can use their federal funds to do that.
Okay.
So that is perfectly fine. And in fact, that's what Hayes did with their middle school. We didn't fund the middle school teachers, but they did. They said, this is so important, we're going to train everyone. That's why they have 122 teachers trained, because they said this is important for us to make sure everyone understands this. So substitute teachers could do that. Paraprofessionals in some cases could be. It's not that we exclude that. We just didn't provide the money you provided just went for the teachers, special ed teachers in pre-K and elementary,
Okay,
and administrators.
thanks for the clarification. One more follow-up from Danny.
Thank you very much. So phonics, again, is the basics, so we keep, I struggle with, now we're gonna spend $15 million going back to really focus on phonics and the different things that are involved
Yes.
there.
Yes.
And so we've taken our eye off the ball when we know phonics was one of the things that was very important, and we've tried to come up with all these different things. And now we're spending $15 million more from the Department of Indoctrination to do phonics.
Well, again, Danny, the research was always clear around phonics. It was how should phonics be taught and at what depth should phonics be taught. And that's where there was not research, there was research that disagreed with each other for a number of decades. That has become clear in the last 10 to 15 years. So, yes, we are going to spend $15 million to retrain people on what is clear by the research is the best current way by research to teach reading.
Thank you, Commissioner. I now declare the citizens' open forum of the Kansas State Board of Education meeting open at 10:38 a.m. The State Board provides this opportunity for citizens to share views about topics of interest or issues currently being considered by the State Board. The State Board asks that speakers identify themselves by name and the name of the group they represent, if applicable. The Board also asks that each speaker focus their remarks on issues or topics. Personal attacks will not be tolerated. Each speaker shall be limited to 3 minutes, and Board questions will be for clarification only. We do not have any speakers today. So, at this time, the State Board's Citizens Open Forum is closed at 10:39 a.m. Our next item is agenda item number 8. Act on ESSER 2 and 3 change requests for use of federal COVID-19 relief funds. Welcome. Excuse me. Jim.
At the last meeting, last Friday of the ESSER task force, if you'll recall, whenever you get your things, whenever you get your information, it's hundreds of pages long. And virtually all of what you get are things that have already been approved. So we look at it, and there might be one item that says for task force review and 20 items that have already been approved that are not even part of the motion. We just get page and page and page. So we have asked, as the task force, we have asked from now on that we only be given the information that is actually part of the motion, and not have to look at, because there are no new applications. Every school has provided their first application. And so all the information about their collaboration, we get that even though we've all seen that before. All the information that has already been approved, we get that even though that we've all seen that before. If we only get information that is for approval, we're going to get 80% less stuff. Now, we're not printing this, so we're not killing trees. And the task force decided that all they wanted was the information that we're going to be approved that day, which makes it much more easily understood. I told them at that time I was going to ask the board what you wanted. We can provide exactly what you're getting, which is going to be another 1,000 pages, or we can give you 100 pages that actually is pertinent to what we're doing that day instead of what we've done. So I'm asking, before Doug speaks to us in the future, what do you want? You know, it's all available, so anybody that wants the whole load can have it. But you know, when I look at that, I spend more than half of my time just thumbing through stuff that I don't need to see. And so, you know, my prejudice is I don't want to see it again because I've already seen it sometimes 4, 5, 6 times, especially if some school is providing an update or a change request for the 4th time. We've seen all their work already that many times. And so the task force is no longer going to get the full load at their request, with the understanding that they can if they need it. But I would suggest that the board at least consider only getting that information that is pertinent that day for the things that we are considering that day, instead of things that we've already approved, sometimes 1, 2, 3, or 4 times in the future. But it's your choice. We'll do whatever.
So, board members, what we would do is, because it's not really up for a vote, just a raise of hands, is everyone okay with receiving the same information that the task force receives with the option?
And Madam Chair, what you received this month was both. So you could see them side by side. You saw the 200 page and you saw the close to 1,000 pages where they were linked. So that would be the difference if you took a look at those.
Okay, so we'll get what we referred to at the task force, Doug, as the skinny version from. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim, and welcome, Doug Willeen. The floor is yours.
One ESSER 2 change for this month. We thought we were done with ESSER 2, but we did have one come in late, and that was from Coffeyville. And basically, they were just moving, some things came in under budget, and so they bought some more technology and used some of that extra money for some premium pay. But that should clear out all of ESSER 2 then. And then those changes still put us at 76% for the teaching and learning components as our cumulative totals. And that's the only one for ESSER 2.
Thank you. Let me check here. Board members, any questions?
Melody?
Jim?
I move that we approve the ESSER 2 change request as presented.
Second from Betty. All in favor? Opposed? That looks unanimous. 10-0. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you're an abstention from Michelle. So 9-1. Motion passes.
So ESSER 3, we've got 32 different districts that are submitting change requests this month. represents $112 million. That includes everything that's already been approved, plus the new things, plus the things that went in under budget, the things that were deleted, and to make room for the new things. So all in all, $112 million. So Cheyenne uses up the rest of their allocation for a small HVAC project. Republic is using their money, moving it around for some additional teachers, cutting down class sizes, I believe, in some of their lower grades. Riverside, some teacher laptops, uses up the rest of their allocation. Bonner Springs uses the rest of theirs up for some software. Northern Valley almost spends what they have left. They still have $700 left in their allocation, but this takes up most of it with touchless water fountains. Hodgman County's got a big HVAC project that they got their paperwork turned in for, so it's good to go. That uses up the rest of their allocation. Gardner Edgerton uses the rest of theirs up for some salaries. And then Twin Valley moves money around for salaries and supplies. Then Girard, $33,000 for some curriculum and part of the letters training. Emporia, almost $600,000 for salaries. Barber uses up the rest of their allocation for an HVAC project. Iola uses the rest of theirs up for window replacement. They had old windows that wouldn't open, they stuck, they were painted shut, whatever it was. So to improve circulation, they've replaced those. Then Humboldt, $153,000 for salaries. Graham, they move money around for retention pay, but then didn't spend all of it, and so they actually go negative. Put almost $30,000 back in their fund that they still have to spend. So that's why that one's negative or in red. Golden Plains, move money around for salaries and retention pay. Southern Cloud, $40,000 for curriculum. Dodge City, moving some money around for premium pay. Central uses up the rest of theirs for some curriculum. Liberal, oh, I'm on the wrong page. Where'd I go? I apologize. Well, apparently I lost a page. So, this is the one I'm missing. So Humboldt, 153,000 salaries. Graham, I already talked about. Golden Plain, moving some money for retention pay. South Cloud, 40,000 for curriculum. McLeod, moving money around for premium pay. Chaparral, some extra sanitation supplies. We did check into that to make sure that wasn't an exorbitant amount. And when we looked at it, this is above and beyond what they normally spend for those cleaning supplies, so it is allowable. Atchison County, moving money around for premium pay. Ellis moved money to buy some software, and just like the other one, they took more money off than they put back in, so that's why that one's negative. Douglas, this application, basically they scrubbed everything they had put before you before and started over, so these are all brand new items. So a lot of it's for salaries. Peabody uses the rest of theirs up for some PD. Otis Bison, big HVAC project, uses up the rest of theirs. Gossel uses the rest of theirs for salaries. Dodge City, oh, I had them backwards, that's why we're, sorry. So Dodge City, we already talked about, premium pay. Central, curriculum. Liberal, HVAC project, uses up the rest of theirs. Rural Vista, same scenario, they took more money out than they put back in, and that was for salaries and premium pay, so that put $200,000 back in theirs. El Dorado, big HVAC project. Lawrence, moving money around for premium pay. And then Topeka, they've actually, it's more than just indirect expenses, but the items that they took out, they put more premium pay back in for their staff. So the $2 million is for the indirect, the cost of operating the ESSER program, and then a lot of other money was put towards premium pay. And then the last one is Parsons for an HVAC project. And as we look at our totals, we're setting at 80% for teaching and learning. We've got a little under $30 million left that hasn't been earmarked for anything. So with about 14 months to go of ESSER 3, I think we look to be in pretty good shape.
Danny?
Thank you. Could you give me some definitions? I have premium pay, what is that? Types of salaries, what is that? Professional service, and then indirect expenses. Could you give me definitions of that?
Sure. So premium pay, retention pay, a lot of those terms are used interchangeably. Most of it is incentives for staff to remain with the district they're in, so they might offer, we don't use the word bonus because bonuses aren't allowed. And so, but if a teacher signs a new contract, shows up for school at the beginning of the new school year, teaches however long, then they will receive a certain amount of money. And so they have to lay out what the terms are to receive that money ahead of time. Everybody has to agree to it and then go from there. So there's several different terms that are used interchangeably, premium pay, retention pay, those types of things. It's the kind of rewarding your staff for above and beyond what their normal contract might have included. The different salaries, a lot of those that are in there are for the purpose of either hiring like reading specialists, extra counselors, the few that were on here, the additional teachers, that was to keep class sizes smaller so that they could focus more on kids with learning loss is the intention for that, to instead of having a class of 25 or whatever second graders, they might split it into two 12s for a year or two to address that learning loss. And then I forgot what your other question was.
Indirect cost.
What?
Indirect cost.
So indirect cost. So for any of our federal programs, districts are allowed to keep an indirect cost rate, which is what it costs them extra to run the program. And so because ESSER has so much money tied to it, the bigger districts have had to hire more staff to keep track of this, to do the paperwork that's associated with it, to do the data reporting that goes along with it. And so those are indirect costs. For smaller districts, we really don't consider it because it's not that much money. But when you look at KCK, Wichita, Topeka, they got big chunks of money that they're having to hire extra staff to watch over.
So this is only good for 1 year, is that right?
The indirect cost, yeah.
The premium pay, the salaries, professional services,
We've got 14 months left to use this money up.
and then after that, it goes away.
September 30th of '24, it has to be encumbered and it has to be liquidated by December 31st of 2024.
Thank you for those reminders. Betty?
Madam Chair, are you ready for a motion?
I am.
I move that the Kansas State Board of Education accept the recommendation of the Commissioners' Task Force on ESSER and EANS distribution of money and approve the Public School District ESSER 3 change request as presented for the use of federal COVID-19 relief funds.
Thank you. Second from Dina. Any further discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. I think I've got 9 opposed, abstain, 1, Michelle. Motion passes.
One more announcement, if you don't mind.
Yes, sir.
Because we have so many, because we're nearing the end of this process, the task force is only going to meet every other month from now on. So we'll only be getting reports every other month, with the caveat that if something's time sensitive, we can have a special meeting. Not us, but the task force can have a special meeting. if something's time sensitive, but don't expect every month. I know that the highlight of your month, Doug, is to come and talk to us, and I apologize for my colleagues that we may not see you every month, but we will certainly look forward to the times that we do.
Maybe you can think of another reason for me to come down.
Thank you very much, Doug. Board members will be on break until 11:15. didn't even have to look at the clock. It got so quiet in here. Welcome.
Thank you. May I go?
You may.
Okay, thank you. Well, Madam Chair, members of the board, Commissioner Watson, I am excited to be able to present to you some of our sponsors of child nutrition programs in Kansas we are honoring today and rewarding for some outstanding best practices. I first want to call forward, and I know they're going to be excited to be first, our folks that drove all the way from Logan. So why don't you come on up?
We should start applauding right now.
There you go. That'll help you. I should also say that I'm Cheryl Johnson, the director of the team, and with me helping to present the awards today are Karen Campbell and Kelly Cheney, assistant directors. So you know that too.
Thank you. My apologies. I should have introduced you.
I didn't even think maybe with our new board members. I was down once, but I think I've only got to meet you one time. So, all right, let's hear about the great things that are happening at Logan. Logan USD 326 received a Farm to Plate subgrant from KSDE as a part of a USDA Farm to School grant. They had objectives, a very well-written subgrant application. They wanted to educate students as to where their food comes from and give students a sense of ownership as they grew food that they then provided for school meals. Logan used their grant funds to purchase grow lights for garden towers, which increased the amount of produce grown. They also purchased a compost bin and a commercial dehydrator. The ag science students taught the 3rd and 4th grade students about composting. The Exploring Ag class started lettuce and spinach plants that were transplanted into the garden towers and raised garden beds. The commercial dehydrator was used to teach students how to preserve foods via drying. They dried many pounds of zucchini, and I didn't have a poundage on that, and over 500 onions that were used in menu favorites like chicken and beef fajitas. The beef they use in their school meals at Logan is also locally raised. They were one of our first sponsors in Kansas to use Kansas beef. Logan is truly a leader in serving local quality foods in school meals and in teaching students where their food comes from. They are a mentor and inspiration to many other districts throughout the state, showing that Kansans can serve local foods in child nutrition programs. So congratulations. Why don't you introduce yourselves to the state board and tell what you do before you sit back down? You can say right there.
My name's Janet Gottstein, and I'm the ag teacher at Logan, and so a lot of my kids do the gardening and stuff like that.
And
I'm Tanya Gottschalk, and I'm the food service director.
so I think it's really important to show the great partnership we have here between food service and learning and how it really can impact student success and having quality, nutritious meals. So thank you, ladies. Next, we'll have our folks come from First Choice Support Services. They've brought their whole team today. They are a sponsor of Child and Adult Care, the Child and Adult Care Food Program, specifically of daycare home providers. And Mindy, how many do you have now? How many daycare home providers? 235. Right, so they're supporting 235 of our local daycare home providers through the state of Kansas. I'll let you introduce your team in just a minute, but let me tell the state board about you, okay? First Choice Support Services has faced unprecedented staffing challenges, as have most child nutrition sponsors during and since the pandemic. I think many of you know how hard it is to find good staff and to retain them. First Choice lost all personnel except Mindy, who is the executive director, and one enrollment specialist in February of 2021. So with that many daycare home providers, that was really a hard time, a very hard time. Lacey Schmidt stepped up to lead in a position where she was a new employee with no other experienced employees to mentor or guide her. She went above and beyond to learn and build competence in CACFP administration. She has maintained perfect attendance since her employment. And one of her major accomplishments was the outreach she conducted to licensed daycare home providers that aren't participating in the CACFP, getting quite a few to come on the program, which helped stabilize the number of active daycare home providers that were being served by First Choice. And of course, the CACFP truly is an indicator of quality care. So when our daycare home providers throughout the state participate in CACFP, they're getting nutritious meals, nutrition education. It's just really an awesome thing to give them that great start in creating those healthy habits. So at a time when there is a shortage of childcare in Kansas, the leadership here, they just went above and beyond to help those daycare home providers come on to the CACFP, led the way, and they are to be commended. So thank you all very much. And Lacey, I think we need you to come first, you and Mindy. So come on up and get the award, and then you can introduce all of your staff.
She's the enrollment specialist.
Who stayed with you? Well, then, yes. So we had Mindy and Bobby were all that were left, and then this great team has come on board. So do you want to introduce? So this is Mindy, the executive director, and then you've heard these. And who else do you have with you today?
I'm Mindy David Graybill.
Yeah.
I do have a loud voice. I'm Mindy David Graybill, Executive Director of First Choice Support Services. And then I have Lacey Schmidt, and she's an office assistant. I have Harold Huntsman. He's also an office assistant, and he has between 80 and 100 hours of training already. And this is Bobby Filzine, and she's the enrollment specialist. And this is our new employee, Lori Kelly, and she's an office assistant as well. And this is Brenda Stoffer, and Brenda Stoffer is our new home monitor. So we appreciate you, and we appreciate being here today.
Thank you all. Great, great work, for sure. Okay. All right. DeSoto, USD 232, also is receiving an award, but they're not here today. But I just wanted to let you know that last school year, August to October, they had a different local item sourced and a part of their menu for every week. And they just had a great partnership with local farmers. I wish they could be here, but they had enrollment and in-service and all kinds of things. They just couldn't get away. All right, would our friends from Quality Care come forward? Another one of our home sponsors of daycare homes with the CACFP. And I think you all have seen some of these folks before. They have done many, well, you had, I think, Mindy too. So this is awesome. So Quality Care was awarded a USDA Edible Garden Turnkey Grant effective July 22 through June 2023. So just ended.
We got the extension. So we have
Great.
it through December.
Very good, very good. They actually completed a USDA grant application on their own. This wasn't a sub-grant through us, and I think it was our first CACFP sponsor to ever do that. So that in itself was amazing to get an award directly from USDA. So they were inspired to pursue this grant because they were one of our sub-grant awardees in years past. What they did, they developed a partnership with Kansas Corn STEM and created a preschool curriculum that is now free to all daycare home providers throughout our state. The curriculum is centered around a new book, We Grow Corn, Seasons on a Kansas Family Farm. Each of their daycare home providers was presented with a local food bundle kit, which included a book on composting, container garden handouts, and a sub-grant application for either a raised garden bed or a hydroponic garden. Quality Care successfully awarded 16 raised garden bed projects and 19 hydroponic garden kits, which that's really great, that many applied. Providers reported growing over 843 pounds of local food over the past winter months, and even more is anticipated for this spring and summer. And I don't know if you have any update on pounds, not yet.
I know we're over. I don't know. We've doubled that at least. I know that we've doubled that.
So lots of pounds of fresh produce. When you think, like, what does lettuce weigh? Not much. I mean, just think the volume of products that are being served to these children. Quality Care also partnered with Romy, is it Romy Farms or Rami? Rami Farms, who offered 100 free storybook walks around their farm, which was over a $600 value donated for children so they could explore a working farm. On the walk, they learned about pollinators and how bees serve an important role in helping to make food grow. So, being our first ever CACFP sponsor to apply for a USDA grant and to have that awarded is definitely an accomplishment in itself. But the most important accomplishment is the fact that you are helping your daycare home providers learn about the importance of serving local foods and teaching the children about where their food comes from and the quality meals those daycare home providers are serving. That is truly to be commended. So thank you all. So Brooke, would you like to introduce yourself and your team?
I am Brooke Wolf. I'm the executive director. I've, been at Quality Care for 11, 12 years probably. And so this is my new team as well. Like Mindy had turnover, we've had turnover too. That's kind of the trend, right? So this is Heather Spence, and she is my claims processor home visitor, and she's been here about a year and a half. And then this is Amanda, and she is a newbie to the team since like January of this year. So it's a tiny team. We serve about 155 home providers and then 2 child care centers. So we're small but mighty, and we're doing big things. So thank you so much.
Yeah. So with all the turnover, she was also implementing a USDA grant. So that is really that's a major accomplishment.
Thank you.
And a lot of hard work. Thank you guys so much. All right, last but not least, we need our friends from Lansing to come forward. I am so pleased we have so many of them that are here
Is
today.
anyone left in Lansing after you guys? That's a great group.
It's a great group, and what they've done is truly a team effort. I'll go ahead and tell you about that, and then I'll let y'all introduce your whole team. So USD 469 Lansing has a very active wellness committee. They meet regularly. They have at least 15 members, including their Board of Education, food service, school nurse, mental health staff, principal, special ed, PE teacher, director of communications, students, and community members. I mean, this is what we would hope all schools would have, this sort of a collaboration. As a team, they set goals to impact wellness within the Lansing School District. The goals were to increase visibility and interest within the community around creating a healthier school environment and to incorporate social emotional wellness into their wellness policies. Projects they have completed to support their strong policies include a district health and wellness fair that included a variety of physical and mental health and wellness providers along with a 5K run. The Director of Communications sends quarterly communications to the community about health and wellness. The school swimming pool is open in the morning for community members to use. They host community presentations on substance abuse annually. Freshman students are taught CPR and have the option to be certified. Quarterly staff connectedness events. Students get to plan the menu once a month at the elementary level. They host dental presentations. They provide oral health goodie bags. They made water bottle filling stations available in all their schools to promote hydration. The list just goes on and on. You can see that they have a large group of folks who are dedicated to creating that healthy school environment, and actually a healthy community is what it seems to me. So KSDE's Child Nutrition and Wellness supports school districts in their wellness policy implementation by offering wellness coach visits to schools. We do that about once every 3 years. They get a wellness coach to come out. And it was the wellness coach that assisted Lansing this year who was so impressed with the work of this diverse committee and how strong their policies are and the many practices they are truly impacting wellness in the school and in the community. So congratulations to you all. That's quite an honor to be recognized in that way from our coach, and so we're thrilled. So would you like to come up, Jennifer? Jennifer is the food service director for Lansing. Jennifer Zool, you want to introduce yourself and your group here?
I'm Jennifer Zool. I'm the food service director at Lansing. And this is our new superintendent. You want to come introduce yourself? Marty. And some of our board members.
Amy Coffey and
If you can-
Carla Wiggers.
If you'll speak into the microphone, just because it's on YouTube as well, and we want everyone to hear your names.
Amy Coffey, a Lansing School Board member, and Carla Wiggers, and like Marty said, our new superintendent. This was a group effort. It also included our PTA, community administrators, teachers, staff, parents, even, like I said, the Board of Education. There's a member on that sits on it. But of course, Jennifer and Sharon, our communication director. So I just wanted to, reiterate that it was a group effort, and we're extremely proud. And
You
this
certainly
was
put the emphasis on
a
wellness.
big part, yes. Mhm.
Congratulations.
So those are our awards for this year, and I know that these folks would love to have pictures taken with their board members and whoever
we
you
can
would deem.
accommodate that.
Thank you.
You
Thank
bet.
you so much.
Thank you.
So do you want any certain order, Ann? Shall we have Lansing, you are all up.
Made the trek to Topeka. It was good to have you all here today. Congratulations. I want to welcome Jay Scott to act on the Accreditation Review Council's July recommendations for KISA, assuming that Jay is in the room.
Jay is in the room.
Okay, there he is.
Sorry.
You're good. Welcome.
Caught up in all that celebration back there. It's amazing.
You know how to clear a
Amazing.
room, Jay, right?
I
Right
do.
there?
I'm very good at that. Very, very adept at clearing a room. Okay. So, as I have been with you for several months in a row here, today is the August ARC recommendations for accreditation. And so I'm going to jump right into it. So again, I consistently have shared kind of the brief history of KISA, the first cycle of KISA. It began in the 17-18 school year. It is a system level accreditation, not at the building level. It's a 5-year cycle. So systems come before the ARC when they're in their year 5. And then systems were able to choose the year in which they would begin their cycle. So that's what has led us to where we've had 179 systems coming before the ARC and then the state board this year. And currently we have 362 systems in KISA. So the responsibility, the system documents their process, they account for their results. Those are the two major parts of accreditation, looking at process and results. We have an outside visitation team. They're an external collaborator made up of other schools personnel they also make a report, as does the system, to the Accreditation Review Council in year 5, as well as every year. And in the Accreditation Review Council, the body that actually reviews the system's accountability and their narrative report that you see, actually you don't see that, and then you get the executive summary from the ARC. That's what you see is after they review both the accountability and the narrative report from the system and the OVT. And then this body makes the final determination of accreditation. This is the current process. I'll call this also the cycle. Years 1 through 4, really it consists of at least one yearly visit with your OVT to the system. That's generally been done on site at the system level. And then both the system and the OVT would submit a report every year. And then year 5 in the accreditation year, the ARC reviews that documentation and then makes a vote. And then that comes to, they write the executive summary, which you see every month, and recommends an accredited status. And these are our accreditation definitions. I will say these have been in place since the beginning. These have not changed. These have been consistent definitions for what it means to be accredited in Kansas. To be accredited, you have to have evidence of both student success, the results side, and that you have a quality process in place, and you're in compliance. Conditionally accredited is insufficient evidence of either results or process. But even if you're conditionally accredited, you still must be in compliance. So compliance by itself can be evaluated by itself. Not accredited is insufficient evidence of student success and the process, or by itself not in compliance. Good standing with the board. So these were the 29 systems that were received by the board in July. And so they are up for action today, and I will read these off as I typically do. And after that, get through all those, we'll look for board action. So Rollins County, and these are all accredited to start off with: 105 Rollins County, 110 Thunder Ridge, 211 Norton, 243 Lebo Waverly, 307 El Saline, 339 Jeff County North, 350 St. John Hudson, 376 Sterling, 392 Osborne County, 408 Marion Florence, 444 Little River, 471 Dexter, 512 Shawnee Mission, Good Shepherd Lutheran Elementary, Zion Lutheran Elementary, and Trinity Lutheran Elementary in Winfield, Topeka Lutheran Elementary, Faith Lutheran, the Dodge City Archdiocese, and St. Michael the Archangel. So those were all receive as accredited. These were received as conditionally accredited. 205 Blue Stem, 214 Ulysses, 291 Grinnell, 292 Wheatland, Grainfield, and 347 Kinsley Oferley. 397 Center, 398 Peabody Burns, 399 Paradise, and 419 Canton Galva.
Thank you. Questions? We'll start with Kathy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, sir, as I focused on District 5, as I looked at all of these. And so what I saw in those that were conditional recommended was that their goals that they wrote were the justification for the conditional, that they said their goals weren't met. And as I looked through others that were, their goals didn't seem like they would, I didn't see consistency in that usage, let me put it that way. When they talk about AFIs, I mean, I would assume that all districts have AFIs. Everybody has areas for improvement. So when I'm reading in, and I'll just pick Ulysses as an example, as I read over, I mean, I'm seeing phrase after phrase. Evidence work is being done, progressed from emerging to implementing, moving in positive direction, growth noted, made significant progress. After refining, saw immediate increase. You know, Ulysses has some very specific challenges they've been through. They have brand new administration in the last 2 years, both super and assistant, who have worked very hard. I spoke to them. They have had an influx. You know, the statement we hear out there that every state's a border state. They have had an influx of the immigration. Their population has changed a lot over the years. So they are very challenged in language, just being able to communicate with their students. I get that the data is important. I understand that. But as I went through these, we have to be careful not to take humanity out of the equation. They've been through a lot. These two new administrations dug in and dug in hard. And their work was here. It was seen. And had they had a little more time to finish out the data, which they responded with, like their chronic absenteeism went down 10% in reality. So they worked very, very hard. And I just don't see a consistency when we are taking their personal goals, which I'm assuming these two didn't even get to write, and we're knocking them for not meeting those goals, even though we're saying that they had significant progress. So they were progressing. They have things in place. And to find out that their OVT is shocked that they were conditionally accredited. All of those things I am struggling very hard with. When you take Paradise, that is Natoma. That is not far from where I live either. And we, not only was there COVID, but in December of 21, we had 100-mile-an-hour plus winds and wildfires that went throughout our counties around us. And then in the spring, they had a flood. Like, they have been hit hard, and yet they have worked so hard. And they have seen, and again, their OVT, shocked that they weren't accredited. So I am just really struggling that we would pull out. And like I said, I had to, time-wise, focused on the ones in my district, spoke to several. And I'm just really not okay with this recommendation. So I would move, I don't know if we're ready for that, but my recommended motion would be that we accredit all of these systems fully, but keep in place the ARC's follow-up timelines that they had to keep reporting progress. I can appreciate that. I think they would appreciate that. But not discounting the extremely hard work that has been going on in these districts. And when we are taking their own personal goals and using them against them, which is what I see as I read through. And I don't see that with other districts. I saw encouragement, I saw support to clarify, to find ways of better measuring, but not, goals not met. Like that just doesn't work, in my opinion. And again, as I went talking to some of them, I was really surprised that there is no actual interaction, excuse me, with the ARC and the OVT beyond a report put in a system. Like again, data is data, I get it. But we are talking about humans, we're talking about children, we're talking about districts that are very challenged administratively. They walked in new, hard hit, worked hard, seeing progress. It's in there, it's written. And yet we're gonna say, no, you didn't quite cut the mustard. So my heart is right here, is that we would approve every one of these districts on the list, keep in place what the ARC has asked for follow-up timelines. And that is my motion.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second? Got a second from Danny. Further discussion, and actually I've got Betty up next.
Well, actually, I had thought before making a motion, I don't know if we were to hear a response. She raised some questions, but
Jay, would you
I'm
like
happy
to respond?
to respond.
Sorry about that.
It's okay. I don't think what the ARC is saying when they make a recommendation that a system is conditionally accredited, that they're saying they're not working hard. I think that's not, I think if we look out across all schools, I think we can expect they're working very hard. So I appreciate that, I respect that. I think that when there are gaps in a system's either results or their process, I think it's inherent on us to have a system that can help systems with those gaps. And I would say that the Ulysses, districts like Ulysses could benefit from some of the supports that we can provide based on those conditions that were set by the ARC. Those conditions were based on the standards that have been set in place since the beginning of KSDE, correct? So the goals piece, I'd like to look at the AFIs for Ulysses, but the goals were more of the process side, not so much the results side. So on the results side, they're looking at state assessments, 3s and 4s, post-secondary effectiveness, and high school graduation, not necessarily the goals. The goals were more about, were they actually goals supported by data? Were they measurable, right? Because as we started, when we started KSDE, it was the 4 R's, and a lot of the goals that were listed were increased relevance. So while that sounds good, it's hard to measure that if you don't have some specific goals set. So over the last 2 or 3 years, we've really worked hard on coaching around the idea of setting good, solid, measurable goals. That's typically what the ARC would say is, this is not a measurable goal, or this might be a goal that's more adult-centered as opposed to student-centered. So those are generally the AFIs around the goals, not that they didn't achieve them. So yeah, I could take a look at that. That may have been part of, sometimes we see AFIs that they didn't reach their goal and they didn't really provide a lot of evidence as to why that happened. So some of those things, there's some variations in there with goals, but typically it's around the process side. Do you have clear measurable goals set in place that are student-centered? I think that you bring up very good points that we're going to address in the next iteration of KSDE. I think it's well known that there's a high level of subjectivity in the criteria to be accredited. And I think that's where we're going this afternoon, and that's where we're going in the future, is to create more objective criteria to where the OVT is not surprised, to where the system is not surprised. It shouldn't be a surprise. This is 6 years in to an accreditation cycle for systems like Ulysses, 6 years in. It should not be a surprise, right? If we're clearly identifying objective criteria for systems to work towards.
But what you're saying then is we recognize that we haven't had clear objectivity, but yet we're going to take these districts in a methodology that we're saying isn't really working. And I also want to say, and thank you reminded me of it, that the goals kept, I hear this over and over, the goalposts kept moving. So they have over and over, I've heard it several times. What we think we're here, and then suddenly the post moves and we have to go here. So there's that constant, and I don't think that's fair. And again, I emphasize on Ulysses, especially, they had a complete administration change and they walked in out of almost nothing and worked so hard. And I just, what I see and what I'm hearing is that to say conditional, you might as well tell them they're not accredited. That is how hard they take this. And when you have social media out there from the USD 112 that they say this is their vote no because you could be put with a district that's not fully accredited. Like, it has a very hard stigma on it. And I can appreciate that when you're talking about districts who have worked hard to fulfill what is being asked of them. And they feel like those goalposts keep moving. So how do you chase a goalpost that you can't quite seem to get to? So that's the feel. And because we are making these changes, we're saying that, yes, we agree. We're way too subjective. This isn't working. So how do we take that and take districts that you can read throughout that they've worked hard and tried to respond, and yet they feel like it falls on deaf ears to say, no, I have more data. If you want this here, can I give you this? But it didn't make a difference. So that's what I see. That's where I'm sitting on this. So thank you.
Ann.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jay, do any of these that are conditionally accredited from July still have outstanding appeals, or have they all been heard?
Yes, there are some. I think there are 3 that are in the appeal process.
Okay, but the 2 that Kathy mentioned have already made appeals?
I'm not sure. I'd have to look back.
They didn't
appeal? They did not appeal.
Which would have made, anyway, I don't want to argue about it. To say the methodology doesn't work is not true. The methodology is good. There's some subjectivity to it, and we'll clear that up. But just to blanket, totally accredit all these schools would be totally inconsistent with what we've done in the past. And there's an opportunity. I mean, I think most of the ones that we've conditionally accredited were fully accredited in less than a year. So if there is more data out there, within a matter of months, they could become fully accredited. But just to blanket, fully accredit all these schools, and not all of them are in the same position as the 2 you described, I just couldn't support. If they aren't marked conditionally accredited, it's like, I'm off the hook now, and there's no formal process to follow up. So I would oppose the motion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Dennis.
Hey, thank you for coming, Jay. Just wondering if there is, in our western districts, there's so many small schools, and what Kathy's describing, I think, is pretty typical in a big way in western Kansas. Is there any kind of expectation that we are putting on a small district, giving some of the scenarios she described, that are unrealistic, in your view?
When I look at the expectations, I feel like those are standardized expectations that all systems should be able to meet. Now, some of the things with small schools, the data that they look at a lot of times is a 5-year average. So for graduation rate, instead of looking just 1 year, they do look at that, but they really look at that 5-year average. And so sometimes, and I'm from a small school, you might have a pogo stick effect with your graduation rate, your post-secondary effective rate, because you have such small numbers of students. I believe that that's allowed for by using that 5-year average to look at over time. And we have to remember that too. This is not just a 1-year look, this is over time. And so I think that makes some, I think that levels the playing field, so to speak, as well as does the predicted range for the post-secondary effectiveness. It takes into account the unique risk factors in that system to produce this predicted range. So that's a big leveler.
That's part of my question, though, is you have a small district that's in a big agriculture area, maybe co-ops, farming is big industry there. You have a high school senior that starts working at a co-op as a junior, you know, in high school, and during the summer, he gets out of high school, you know, graduates, but doesn't have any reason to go to K-State or something. He just wants to work. And he has a good job already at the co-op. I had a superintendent just tell me yesterday, she said, some of these co-op jobs are paying more than school salaries, you know? So I'm just wondering if that doesn't skew the numbers sometimes, and whether that isn't unfair, you know, when you talk about post-secondary, things like, you know?
Yeah, I hear that a lot. Systems say, well, this student's going to inherit the family farm, and I'm always like, I want to be that kid, right? I want to go work on the farm. But I think all forms of work are valid. I think when we're talking about the post-secondary effectiveness, our state goal is 70 to 75%. That allows for 25% of kids to go off and be successful in areas that they don't fit this metric, but that doesn't mean they're any less successful. So I think that statistic where we're looking at the percentage of jobs that require something in addition to a diploma in Kansas and matching that with our post-secondary effectiveness, I think puts us in really good position across the state and provides opportunities for kids. I'm not saying that those kids that just work the job and they graduate high school and they go off and do great things without a diploma, they have a diploma, but without that extra credential, we're not saying that is any less important. Those are all very important pieces. It's just matching that economic need in the state of Kansas and elevating opportunities for kids.
I appreciate that. I'm kind of with Kathy on this when it comes to the communication that maybe happens between the people doing the evaluations and what is actually happening on the ground. I just think that may be different, you know, in the western half of the state as compared to other higher populated areas.
Yes, there could be some of those. I will just say that the model that we're in, that has been in place for the last 6 years, with the OVT really being that only visit to the school. And I'm not saying anything about OVTs. They work really hard too. And many of them serve on multiple OVTs. But the variability in the OVT experience is pretty wide, right? In terms of effectiveness with systems, in terms of being able to find people to come in and help them. And so really what you had was a 5-year period now where a Ulysses, I'm not saying anything about their OVT, but that was the only third party that they're getting feedback from. And I feel like that's why we need to put in a model where there are more touch points every year with each system to help them stay on track. So these gaps that were identified, right, they could be filled in, so to speak, and those conditions could actually be set before they go through the arc. You know, I think that's a big piece of all this, is more touch points, adding more, you know, support to the model.
I actually like that, and I think, you know, what we just saw, from the nutrition rewards that were given, you know, with egg in the classroom, that type of thing, that gives almost more information and gives districts a bigger maybe appreciation for what they do, you know, and to recognize that as a measurement. Thank you.
I'm just going to remind the board real quick that when we come back from lunch from 1 to 1:30, we have another presentation on KISA. So in a lot of ways, I think it's probably a continuation of the topic that we're discussing right now. I'll go to Jim McNeese.
I'll wait till this afternoon.
You'll wait till this afternoon? Okay. Dina?
I can wait until this afternoon.
Can wait. Okay. Well, I wasn't trying to move us along that fast, but here we are. I don't see any more questions at this time. I too had some comments, but I can save them for this afternoon. I'm going to make my comment short. I know that there's at least one school on the list that isn't meeting some criteria that I would like to see introduced in that learning year. And so I look forward to that topic. We have a motion on the table. We will vote on this motion unless, okay, just giving everyone an opportunity. We'll vote on this motion and then see how that goes. So what we're voting on is accreditation for all of the schools on the list. Further discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3. Kathy's motion. Yep, I've got 4. Opposed? 6. So that motion fails. I would entertain another motion as written.
Madam Chair, I'm prepared to make that motion.
Thank you, Betty. And a second? You want to read? Go ahead and read the motion, Betty.
Yes, I do. I move that the Kansas State Board of Education accept the recommendations of the Accreditation Review Council and award the status as presented.
Thank you. Sorry, I thought you said as written. And a second from Jim. Okay. All in favor? Opposed? That's 6-4. Motion passes. We will be at lunch until 1:30.
We just have we have
So
the
sorry.
receive, sorry.
So sorry, we've got the receive. Yep, go ahead, Jay.
I'll move quickly through these. I won't read these. I'll
Trying
just
to move
leave
too
them up. But these are the systems that received this month and will be acted on next month. You asking for system or board action next month. So those are, and you should have the executive summaries from the ARC for all of those systems. And if you have any questions between now and next month, please feel free, go through Dr. Watson, reach out to me. It's great if you have questions.
You can reach out to me as well if you have questions, and I'm happy to guide those to the right folks. Jim Porter.
Yeah, I wanted to say that I had some of the same concerns that Kathy had about consistency, and so I'm glad we're having the discussion this afternoon. And so I actually struggled with that decision. I voted the way I did because I thought it threw out the whole process, and it wouldn't be fair to those people that were already conditionally accredited. But as we're making, and this probably is better this afternoon, but as we're making those decisions, I would like the OVT to maybe have more influence on the decision, maybe even ask them to make a recommendation. I know that's been discussed and it's been discounted, and if it's continued, that's fine. But I certainly have some trouble with some of the subjective decisions, and I'm looking forward to a discussion this afternoon where we might be able to address some of those.
Yeah, and just point of clarification, this afternoon is just about the learning year. So it will not, the actual criteria that we're talking about will not be presented to the board until October. So the clear objective criteria that we mention over and over, that will not be presented until October. This afternoon is just about next year, this school year.
Okay, as long as we have that discussion,
Yeah,
I think
for sure.
it's important.
I just want to thank Kathy for her comments. I agree with Jim. There are definitely some pieces hearing about the OVT and the role that they play in that I think is really important. So thank you for bringing that up. If there are no more questions or comments, we will be in, Dina?
I just wanted to make certain that these schools will receive assistance.
Yes.
That's one of the things.
It's,
Are they able to then eventually change if they come up to the expectations? Can they can they earn accreditation as such within that period of time between when they come up for accreditation and the next time?
yeah, so great question. The assistance, I guess, would be determined by the conditions themselves. Some of the conditions are set, they may be able to, within their district, be able to work through and meet those conditions. There are others that they might need outside assistance. And so it kind of depends on the conditions. To your question about basically going from conditionally accredited to accredited, that happens, I think right now we have 7% of our systems that are conditionally accredited, right? And over the life of KISA, we were about 9% each year systems with conditions. And so how that works is the next year, after they are recommended to be conditionally accredited, the next year the ARC re-reviews them, looks and see that did they make progress towards those conditions, and then makes that decision.
Because I think that can give hope to those folks who have been disappointed. And I just hope that we continue to give them the support that they need and that they will accept that support. Because ultimately, it's about the kids.
That's right. And I think that's a really good point. I think you're going to see in the next iteration, again, what we roll out in October, you'll see a lot more support, a lot more addressing gaps before they maybe get wider.
And there'll be, if we pass the learning year, that will give them that opportunity also. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any additional questions? I see Danny smiling. Yeah. Okay, go Danny.
So I started looking, we have the accountability report and then we have the summary. And a lot of the summaries, so I'm looking here at this particular school district that's not going to be, it's going to be conditionally accredited. And 90% of the kids are level 2 or below in reading. So, but then I read the thing and there's one little paragraph about academics. The rest of the stuff is, I'll get in trouble for using it, to me, a bunch of BS. And it's wonderful pages, but I don't know that they're actually getting in and touching and feeling actually what's going on. Because if we got, and this particular school district needs to have some serious help. And maybe they need to not do all the other, I mean, there's all this stuff, post-secondary, what is it, social emotional growth now.
SEL.
No, it's not SEL anymore. It's social emotional growth. And they have all these artifacts, but are they getting out and really seeing what the issue is?
Yeah, I think that's what the ARC really tried to do, is make sure that systems are analyzing their data and then setting goals that address those gaps that they see in their data. And so sometimes you didn't have that. Sometimes you had a mismatch between what the goals that were set and then the gaps that were showing on like an accountability report. So I having not that one in front of me, I can't really speak to it, but the emphasis, anytime there's an area for improvement, if it's identified as an area for improvement, that is justification for conditions. And so in that situation, I would hope to see there's a lot of looking at data, there's a lot of right, looking at their academic scores, screeners, those kinds of things. that you may not always see come out in that report.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
Thank you, Jay.
Thank you.
We will be at lunch until 1:30, and the policy committee meets upstairs. again, Jay Scott.
I was just gonna say, thanks for it's like the double feature today, so appreciate it. I appreciate the time with the board. So, referenced this multiple times this morning. The purpose of this presentation is for the board to consider this year, I keep saying next year, this year, 23-24, being a learning year for accreditation for KSDE. And so we'll be asking for action. Let me start where we should always start, and that's with our vision. Each system fully accredited. And what do we mean by fully accredited? We're talking about a system that has essential structures in place so that every student in every classroom has access to a quality learning experience that leads to future opportunities. That's what we're looking at in terms of a fully accredited system. And the other thing about this is not just a one-sided ownership piece. We have to own this as well. So I guess if, at times I know to the systems it may feel like it's one-sided, but we have a lot of skin in the game, so to speak, when you're talking about a system's accreditation rating. Right? We have to take some ownership in that too. So our mission is to provide support and accountability, those 200 to 350 plus systems. And this is really important to elevate opportunities and reduce limitations for students. If you think about how will we know that? Elevating opportunities and reducing limitations for our students. KSDE is still built on the same premise, so this has not changed. It's built on the premise that a good process leads to good results. KSDE also is a reflection of the priorities of KSDE and then the evaluation of the impact systems are making on those priorities. Those priorities and that evaluation will be presented to the board in October. So we really won't get into that today. This is just about this next year today. So functions of KSDE, again, it's making sure that systems have met a standard of essential structures being in place to improve student outcomes. They have met a certain standard for student outcomes, and they're also in compliance with the policies and regulations of the state board. So in the spring of 22, I always like to say, we expect the systems to continuously improve through KSDE. We need to also know that we're going to continuously improve KSDE. So in that effort, in that vein, in the spring of 22, we went out and asked a couple questions. And we got multiple roles in education represented across the state, regions, all those. We asked these questions. And basically, we sent those results, those qualitative results, to a third party, and they came up with these 3 themes from the qualitative responses to these questions: clarity, consistency, and eliminating redundancy. Those were the clear themes, improving moving forward. So everything that you're going to hear from this point forward will be in an effort to make it more clear, to make it consistent, to eliminate the redundancy so systems have time to do the actual work of school improvement. If the board decides we're not going to do the learning year, we're going to keep with the current cycle, this is what the next 5 years would look like. We would still be on that same cycle. We'd have 17 systems go through the ARC this year if we didn't adopt this, the learning year. So here are the reasons for what we're calling this learning year. There needs to be a transition year. If we sent those 17 systems through the ARC this year, they would be evaluated on the old criteria that we just talked about. So a transition year we feel is very appropriate from the first cycle of KSDE to the next iteration of KSDE, which we would roll out in 24-25. So all systems would be held accountable to those standards, accreditation criteria, starting in 24-25. It also allows systems to adapt to and learn about the refined criteria that we're going to present to the board in October. To do that, we are saying no systems would be reviewed by the ARC, which requires action by the state board because the state board sets the accreditation cycle. So here are the expectations for systems in this year. Basically boils down to these three actions: gathering artifacts, a KSDE check-in. We talked about multiple touch points this morning. That's one, KSDE check-in, and then meet for a peer review. We're changing the term from OVT to peer review, and we'll talk more about that. But those three would be the expectations for all systems next year. So, yes.
So now you're using artifacts, but isn't that gathering data? Isn't that what we're
Yeah.
doing? Why are we changing the name of that?
We've
I-
used
I-
artifacts for years. I think when you say artifacts, it might mean something.
That means really old to me.
Well, I'm glad you said
I
that.
understand.
Okay. We're
Sorry,
gonna stop there on that. But artifacts.
We're saying artifacts and then, so reporting and artifacts, and then down here, doesn't even say artifacts, it says data.
So artifacts is important because we want to make sure systems know that all the work that they put in before this next year can be brought forward. We have systems that are, these 17 systems are in year 5 of their second cycle of KISA.
But it's still data.
Yes, it's data. Let me show you what we're talking about. So artifacts could be data, evidence of that system's work around the state board outcomes, the state board priorities. So anything around, yes, yes.
Go ahead, Jay.
Well, I was just going to say,
Why you would say artifacts is so other things that aren't data or data could be used.
Let's let Jay answer the question.
Oh, I just think it's a general term. We're not asking you for you to approve the word artifacts, the use of it. We're not. We're just talking about these are things that the system needs to gather this year. There's some sort of documentation process this year. What would those things be? They would be related to the state board priorities, the state board outcomes. They would also be things that they've done before. The work that they've done before, the last 4 or 5 years, those are artifacts they can bring forward into this year. The difference is we're asking them to store that locally, whereas before we would ask them to submit it in the KISA application. But I think it's well established in the KISA application, there's a lot of redundancy. So we are moving back away from the KISA app. They will gather those artifacts locally this year, and then those will be the basis for the KSDE check-in and the peer review. So this is our, as we start talking about the KSDE check-in, this is our model of support and accountability moving forward. We already have established, we have regional executives that live in that area of Kansas and will serve the systems in that area of Kansas. For instance, Sarah Perryman, she is our Northeast Regional Executive. She's working from her home and she's serving the 70-some districts in that region. Amber Miller, our new hire, she's in the Northwest. So she's got a lot of geography to navigate. So, but we're still looking for a couple of the other regional executives, but that will be our support and accountability model. You see the suburban and the urbans, we are pulling those into cohorts, so they won't be part of the regions. Myron Melton and I will work with those, with the urban and suburban cohorts. All of us will be doing a regional executive check-in, okay? A KISA check-in each year. And this is just a snapshot of a potential, what that could look like in terms of an agenda for that meeting. It's about a 1.5 to 2 hour meeting with KSDE and the system, talking through process outcomes, right? The other expectation would be that each system would participate in a peer review. Now, there's two changes with this. We're changing the name OVT to peer review, and we're also adding flexibility and choice for systems. So that first option you see there, regional peer review, that's a model that we've piloted for the last couple of years, where systems in the area, let's say around Greenbush South, there are 8 to 9 systems that get together once a year, and they discuss back and forth their continuous improvement process. That's a regional peer review. That would probably be convened at a service center, facilitated by a service center, possibly in the future other facilitators, but talking about just getting groups of systems together in that region to talk about and get feedback, collaborate, but also learn from each other. The traditional peer review is the existing OVT model. So if a Hugoton has a high functioning, just as an example, Hugoton has a high functioning OVT, they like that, how that's working, they can continue with that this year in terms of a traditional peer review. And then the last one is a like system peer review. This one really kind of came out of when we were working with Lake Mary, Heart Spring, these special purpose schools. You know, an OVT it's good to cross-reference against other systems that aren't really like you, but what we heard from those systems is they would like the opportunity to actually get together as special purpose schools. So we're calling that a like system peer review. There also might be some suburban urban systems that would want to participate and use that as a choice as well. So that would be really the transition we're making from the term OVT to peer review. Yes, Danny.
I'm sorry, my thing is not. So now we're going to regional.
As an option.
And we're not going in and visiting the schools anymore, so we can
Traditional
feel
peer-
and touch it?
Traditional peer review would be the existing model of OVT. So yes, the OVT would visit the system and be on site. Yeah. So this is what we're actually asking the board to take action on, is this timeline of the learning year for systems. These would be the expectations. From now until May, they would be collecting artifacts and evidence focused on both their process and their outcomes. They would be storing that locally. From January to May, they would have their KSDE check-in with our regional executive or Myron or myself. And then from April to May, and those are tentative dates, we're just kind of showing a range of that. That would be the time for systems to participate in their peer review. Whichever option they would choose, that would be their choice. To do all that, we're asking that no systems would be reviewed by the ARC in 23-24. That would impact 17 systems, 3 public, 14 are Cognia systems. Those Cognia systems would still go through their normal pre-ARC review process through Cognia next year, but all 17, we would withhold an ARC review for those 17. There will be redeterminations next year, so the systems that were conditionally accredited this year will have a redetermination next year, so the ARC will still be functioning for that. Yes?
I'm sorry, explain Cognia to me.
Now I wish I wouldn't have mentioned it. No, Cognia is a national accrediting organization that we have a partnership with. So systems can choose Cognia. We have public systems that choose Cognia. We have private systems that choose Cognia. Yes. So we have a partnership, and we've worked out where a lot of the work they do through Cognia, that aligns with our accreditation model. And so we recognize that when it comes before the ARC. So they follow a different process. Yes.
One more. Kathy?
I think you answered my question already, but I'll just make sure I'm. This really only affects the 17 systems this learning year, or no? Or does it
Yes,
affect
this would
everybody?
impact only the 17 systems, but it would impact all because they've never done a KSD check-in before.
Okay, so
right?
you would be doing all
Yes.
of those things?
With all systems.
Okay, that's the part I wasn't quite catching. So the 17 are being held back, so to speak, while we're making changes. So it would touch everybody.
Yeah, everybody that you see on this, these action steps that you see on this timeline, every system would.
Okay,
be
that's what I
expected
wasn't
to.
quite tracking. Thank you.
Yes. Yep.
Michelle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as far as the, what you were going to talk about, did you say it was September or October? We're going to be given all that, you're not doing it today,
Right.
you're doing it later on. Is it a lot that we're going to be covering? I mean, what, do we have to prove that, what's going to be covered, or is that the state board's going to approve that? So why aren't we doing that first, so that we know what they have coming before we pause everything?
Well, we're not pausing anything. This is a learning year. We're moving forward. Systems are going to continuously improve next year. The fact that we're not having systems go through the arc doesn't mean that there's a pause. Systems are going to continue to improve next year. It's not a pause. So what we're bringing to the board in October are the more clear criteria around what's a quality process and what are our expectations for student outcomes, the evaluation side of that, right? So that's what we're bringing to the state board in October. This just allows us a transition year to be set up so that systems have time to adapt to those revised criteria.
Okay. Thank you.
You bet.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, excuse me, my thing isn't working.
Danny.
Sorry. So, I guess, so we're constantly changing things. Not that it's not good for change. But statewide, when I look at the data, our proficiency level is not worth a darn statewide. So we keep changing things, and so the administrations of the school systems got to completely rethink and rework and redo all this paperwork. And that, to me, that takes away focus from what we need to be doing for the kids of Kansas.
Yeah, and I can't speak for administrators out there or people who really work hard with the keys on the documentation side, but this is much less reporting than we've had the last 6 years. They're collecting stuff they already have. They're pulling that together. They're not creating these narratives, these, narrative reports every year, the OVT and the system, and submitting those. That's the redundancy piece. So we're taking that away. So if that is a change, but we feel like it's in keeping with the feedback that we heard from the field. We need to make those changes.
And Danny, so if we don't do anything, the system will continue as we've done in cycle one. But Jay's run some focus groups and advisory boards, said there needs to be some changes as we go forward. So what he's asking is, can we just say this is going to be a learning year while you then adopt what those changes will be? That can be clearly articulated, which is going to the place you exactly want to say, which is the level that we're seeing is not acceptable. And maybe you're going to raise those rigorous standards, right? But you can't do that in the middle of somebody that thinks they're going to be accredited under the old standards. Does that make sense? So it's giving a little bit of time for, once you decide that, to be able to go out and have an explanation and a dialogue with all systems about, we're looking at your literacy scores, but maybe you want to set a different level of where that's going to trigger an accreditation than it is now. Maybe you want to be tougher on that. Maybe you don't. And so that enables proper notice to those districts before you hold them accountable to that. Otherwise, you're going to have them really screaming, saying, you changed that, we're up for accreditation, these 17, and you changed all that without noticing us? So what Jay's team's trying to do is buy that learning year time to notice everyone about what those changes would be. And you're going to vote on those changes as a receive item in October and as adopted in November. So you'd get the 2 months, Michelle, I think is what you were asking. But if you don't do that, I'll come back to that, then those 17 are coming to you for accreditation under the old system. And Jay's gotten tons of feedback from the field. They want to see some changes. So I hope that helps.
One more time. Sorry, I apologize.
I understand. We'll fix it at the break.
It just seems we have all this stuff, we're trying to do all this stuff, and ever since Every Child Should Succeed Act has been in place, our scores have been going down. And it just seems like we're focused on all this other stuff, and since I'm a simpleton, I want to focus on that kid being able to read, that kid being able to do math, that kid being able to do American history. You know, I don't see us, I see us going down, maybe come back up a little bit, because we got that excuse in there. But it just seems like we're constantly changing things instead of focusing on that kid.
And I think that's part of the problem. I think we have made changes over the course of the last 6 years, which gets to the consistency issue that was brought up this morning, right? And so that's what this year is going to allow us to do, is to really get consistent and then make sure everybody is aware that these are the criteria for the next cycle of KISA. These are the criteria. This is what you need to work against. And everything you said is exactly what every educator wants, right? That's what we want for kids. I think if we continue down the same path we're on, I think we'll continue to see similar results.
So right now, just so again, everyone understands, it's a 5-year cycle, and you don't take a look at that system for accreditation for 5 years. They may bring you a change in that. Maybe we shouldn't wait 5 years, right? I don't know, but maybe, well, you can't change 300, what's the number?
350 plus.
350 plus districts in 30-day notice or 60-day notice that you've just changed the process. So I think what you just said is what you're going to see over the next few months come in front of you, which is tightening down those accreditation around those outcomes you just talked about, Danny. With proper notice that that's going to happen and proper vote on the board, and then a year of getting them ready that starting the 23-24, it's not necessarily new, but maybe it's a heightened expectation of how fast we need to see change, what the progress needs to be, what that looks like. And so I think you're in sync. Maybe what's not being, we have trouble understanding is if we don't do something, those systems are going to come at you expecting to be accredited under that old system, and you're wanting to heighten the expectations. And so does the field. Mm-hmm. What they want to cut down, and I think Kathy spoke to this morning, they want to cut down some of the unnecessary paperwork, and they want to look at the outcomes, and then they want to do the work. And they want the work to be reflected in what they do. And I think Jay's team is trying to take that to heart and put together something. There's a lot of moving parts, and that's why we don't have it for you today, Michelle, is that there's a lot of moving parts to that there's still, the details they're still working out to bring to you. But generally, that's what they're trying to do for you.
Anne.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I've got several questions, so when I hit my limit, you can push the pause button. Well, it worked on Danny's, so I know it can be done. But. Okay, the 4 fundamentals. are not the things that were in the four things that were in the box before. To me, these look new, like not things they've been reporting on before. Standard, which get really to what Danny was talking about. I'm pleased at what we're asking about because it gets directly to academics and student performance and improvement. Standards aligned curriculum, instructional monitoring tools, structured literacy, and balanced assessment systems, but they haven't been reporting on that before, right?
Well, I mean, if you look at what structured literacy is, a fundamental aspect of structured literacy, and I am not the person to ask, but I know that a multi-tiered systems of support is a strong piece of a structured literacy program. They have been reporting on that. I think when you look at balanced assessment, they've been reporting their FastBridge data. They've been reporting their classroom data. So I think they have been. We may have repackaged those into those four fundamentals. And by the way, those were the four fundamentals that were brought by Dr. Ben Proctor, right, in that group a couple of months ago. So that's going to be a major area of focus, right?
Yeah, but all I'm saying is it's new. So do you have forms that identify everything you just said? Because when I looked at balanced assessment, that doesn't say to me, what have you been doing locally? What have you been doing statewide? When I look at structured literacy, it doesn't say to me what you just said. So you better have forms that lay out specifically what we want to know about each of these four things. Are those ready to go?
Those are what we're bringing to the state board in October.
Well, then how are they collecting data on it now? Because you've got on your timeline collecting data on these things now, when we don't even have a form to them yet.
So one of the things that we've talked, that's a good question, we've talked with our educational service center partners about, because they've got meetings set up in September, right, on KISA. So what we try to keep telling people or letting people know is go back to the fundamentals, data analysis. Go in and look at your data, set goals, right, or reinforce your goals. And that's the kind of artifacts they would be collecting. And then as we get into the year and we're more fully fleshing out those four fundamentals, systems can start pulling data that relates to those. But I feel like those four, I think it's a misrepresentation to say that they haven't been working on those.
No, all I'm saying is, we took years, and one of the things they complained about changed was that the forms changed, okay? And then we changed the form and added more stuff and, you know, all that redundancy problem that we know we have. Now we're saying we want you to collect data on these four things, but we don't have any forms, collection forms that tell you specifically what we want you to gather. And we know most districts don't know how to gather data and analyze it. So where's the training on that? It just seems like this timeline isn't going to work because we're not going to have forms to them to collect the data till the end of the year. And then they're supposed to start getting their visits in January? That doesn't make sense.
Gathering artifacts locally, right, this next year, so that in 24-25, we have a reporting mechanism to where systems can report those things to us. We have to, if we're going to expect systems to be really adept with structured literacy, we have to have some way for them to show evidence of that.
I know, but we're saying if these four things are supposed to collect data on this year, but we don't get them the forms or tell them specifically what we want to know till the end of the year, how does that work?
I guess I feel like the process pieces along the way, once we are able to identify that in October and share these four fundamentals, the systems can start to build those artifacts.
I know, but it looks like a whole new deal because they've been collecting, I mean, if you've ever looked at it, the massive amount of data, I mean, it's like 60 pages long of stuff, you know, that's developed over the last 5 years. And now we've got four basically new things that'll look new, like, okay, what do you want to know about balanced assessment? And we're going, well, we'll get the forms to you sometime. But, okay, so let me ask you this then. Where is the ARC on this? I mean, when they looked at this, how did they, I mean, why is nobody from the ARC here to say thumbs up?
So the ARC, this is just the learning year action, right? The ARC
Right.
really needs to be brought in on the criteria. And so next year, as we build out the the revised criteria, the ARC will really be engaged in that process.
I thought the ARC would be engaged in what we're going to see in October. Why wouldn't they be key elements in developing, I mean, they're the ones closest to the ground. Why wouldn't they be developing what we're going to see?
Well, again, next year's a learning year, so the ARC would not be using any of that criteria that we're releasing in October.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying if we're changing the criteria, why wouldn't the ARC be a key component of making and recommending those changes?
Well, I think they are. I think they are.
So
But
they're
we have to pull it together first here before we can present it. In September, we're planning on taking it before the AAC, which you're a part of. We have meetings set up with the ARC to be able to expose them to the new criteria and get their feedback. So I think those are built in.
So let me ask a question, Jay.
Yeah.
Today, when we vote on this, voting yes means what to your organization?
Voting yes means that these expectations, all systems would be held to these expectations, and that no systems would go before the ARC.
And so a no vote would mean what?
We would go back to
To the old way.
Or just saying
Okay. I'm gonna jump to Michelle.
You kind of clarified some things when you spoke, but as far as like, what Ann was talking about, the stuff that we're gonna get in October, so we're saying, I don't know, it just seems like we're getting ahead of ourselves as far as, I wanna know what the districts think, as far as you said, they're giving feedback, they're getting all this redundancy, but what specifically are they asking for that we might see in October? I guess I just wanna see what we're going to see in October. Just a little glimpse or something to know what the districts are going to see that's gonna make this process less redundant, with four new things added to that. And we're approving that process that you're talking about as far as that every system kind of keeps collecting, but it just seems like it's all over the place. I just want to see kind of give an example of something we might see in October that's going to make this process simplified.
So here's an example, right? You could have a screener that lists different criteria for maybe one of the four fundamentals, structured literacy, right? And you could screen yourself against those. That would be an example of something you could see. We're building this out internally, and the reason that it feels like this, that's why we're asking for a learning year. So that we can make sure that people get started off on the right foot in 24-25.
So so they won't get anything until we approve it. We have to see it first, and then we might or may not approve it, and then they still won't know really, they're still not kind of that area where they're.
Our plan was to bring it to the board as a receive item I think it was actually information, but we can look at that. But as a receive,
Wouldn't be approved
basically
till
first
November.
present it to the state board in October.
And approve.
And that's before the annual conference. And then the annual conference, on the Friday morning of the annual conference, we were going to release what we present to the state board. Maybe not to the degree, but at least give the field, this is the idea, these are the ideas that we've taken before the state board.
And all the districts have been very receptive of this change, or they don't know, do they know it's coming, or?
The learning year change?
Yeah, yes.
Yes, I believe we have that. I mean, we haven't heard any pushback. This was up last month, right, with the state board. We're kicking this, we have a KISA kickoff on Thursday. We're presenting this to all systems.
But October will be the first time they'll know what that's even going to be about.
What the criteria will be moving forward.
When we hear it, they'll hear it. They'll hear about it when we hear about it at the state, when the public sees it. Correct? On October is when they'll finally hear it.
What you'll have between what you have going on now until October is that he's had a pilot group focus group, the advisory committee, and the ARC are going to be seeing this and have already given some input. That will all come together with the agency too. You will see then that plan in October as a receive item. Once you see it, then the entire state. So the entire state's not going to see it till you get it first. Because if you change anything in that, what hampers us is then people have heard one thing and not the other. So we're really trying to be sensitive to, we think we communicate a lot with school districts and we're out in service center, but someone doesn't come. So Michelle, there's focus groups being a part of giving input and going back and forth, but not the entire state until the annual conference, which will say, Jay presented this to the state board, here was the conversation, here's what we're generally thinking, and then that would come back to you as a final approval in November. If that's helpful.
Kathy?
Since it'll be October before we kind of get, I really just want to throw a couple things from conversation I've had. One of them is the question of local control, making sure that what we're doing is not hindering what local boards are supposed to be able to control within their communities, because they know their community and they know what they want to see their students getting, because they live there and that's their deal. So I want to throw that word out there. And also that, and I think it's been said, that once we find that sweet spot and we say, okay, this is where we're going, that we're not changing it on the districts as they're going, because that's hard, that's something that was really pushed at me. So, and also that we're taking into account that we have districts of 40 kids and 50,000 kids. And somehow there has to be a difference for those little bitty districts to not be overloaded like they have felt all this time. So I can't even imagine what that looks like, but there has to be a way so they are not getting hit the same way a district that has however many staff members and assistant superintendents are able to do all that work, when you have one superintendent who might be a principal too, having to do all the same work. So somehow there has to be a way that they're not getting hit the same way. Thank you.
Kathy, I might just say to your first statement question. So you're right. The Constitution says the state board has certain powers, local boards have certain powers. And then over time, the court has kind of given some of those powers or identified that more specifically. Accreditation is right in the bullseye. Mark's talked about this, of your powers. How they go about that is a lot of local control. But you can say very clearly, we believe you should not have more than, I'm making this up, 40% of kids in level 1 or to be fully accredited. And the state board also believes that research says that structured literacy is the best way to do it. They may say, we don't agree with that. Okay, you're gonna have to present as a research-based process by which you're doing that. But the more school districts are asking us to take more of a role in giving them guidance. Curriculum, for example. The small schools say, we don't have the resources to look at all the curriculum and choose which is a good curriculum and which isn't aligned to standards. Could you give us 4 or 5, 6 that are, so we can choose from that? So I think from an accreditation standpoint, you are straight in the bullseye. How they implement that should always be left locally to them.
Jim?
Hello, Jay. I've been doing this since 1971. Honest to God, I hope that what you're bringing to us now, when I'm off the board in a year, or a year and a half, I don't have to listen to again. But regrettably, we're going to listen to it. I would just say this to the board. Any accreditation model that you use that has any worth is going to upset the status quo, and it's going to upset districts and the leadership. And then they're going to call you, Kathy, and they're going to call you, whatever your names are over there. I'm trying not to, okay. Because they're going to say, this is too hard, this is wrong, this is too complicated, I can't do it. You know what? I have not met an accreditation model yet that would made people happy when it wasn't hard to do. There is no easy fix. There's no 5-minute boil of water, throw it in, eat it. It's a challenge, because if you really do this, you're going to find flaws in the system. Some of them you'll know already, you know, but you're going to find stuff, you know. And let's face it, our test scores are terrible. We got kids that are not being served, you know, and you know the accreditation can't be a pat on the back if that's the situation. You know, so I'll be real blunt and say to you guys here sitting at this table, I've listened to some of your questions and complaints, and I'm thinking, you're part of the problem. Now, maybe this isn't the ideal system, okay? I don't know if there is an ideal system, but I know this. If you're not going to take accreditation and review of districts seriously, you're never going to change. You know, the status quo will just keep going. And the idea that, you know, well, it can't apply to small districts is it can't be the same in Leota as it is in Wichita. It can't be the same in Udall as it is in, you know, Topeka. You know, if you have to remodel it some way, do it. Because there are differences, but the expectations are not different. We expect everyone to serve the students of our state in the best they can. And our guidance through this accreditation process tells them what we expect them to do at a bare minimum to get started. They should be doing more, because if they're just doing the bare minimum, they're not going to fix anything. You know, I hate to sound like the old guy in the back who's just grumpy, but the reality is, I've listened to this since the 70s. And we just changed the name and dust it off and call it a new something. And, you know, when we get, we got to stick with it. You know, flaws and all. You know, it's never going to be perfect. But I have confidence in the leadership at the board level, at the district level, the building level, you know, and the teachers in the classroom, that if we stick to our guns, they will go along. They will join us. They're looking for leadership. You know, and if the first thing we're going to do is back off because somebody called us, or some superintendent feels like this is too tough, I'm too small, I don't have any money, I don't have the right kids, God, I wish I had better parents. Sorry, we've got to stick with it. We've got to stick with our guns and have high expectations, give them the resources we can and the assistance we can, but at the same time, don't back away. Don't modify this thing to where it's just another QPA. You know, thank you for letting me rant.
Ann.
Well, QPA wasn't bad. We actually did not accredit. It was what came after that, the annual check and go that was, I liked QPA. And it had specificity to it too, which is what we want. I mean, the goals of redundancy and clarity and consistency are good. I'm just not, if we approve this today, then what would you go tell the districts tomorrow?
This same information.
You'd say, start collecting artifacts on these 4 fundamentals, but they're not going to know what you mean.
Well, yeah, let's see here. Never mind. So, they have data around the state board outcomes. They have a lot of data from past KISA reports. So all those pieces are relevant to their work moving forward.
But it doesn't fit the 4 categories you're gonna give them. You're gonna say, we want stuff on standards aligned curriculum. Well, they haven't done that before, right?
That will be once we get to October and we present that to the state board and then we present that to the state. That will be their first exposure, really deep exposure to those 4 fundamentals.
Oh, so it wouldn't be like, okay, so tomorrow you wouldn't tell them to start collecting data on these things. They wouldn't know anything about it until October.
Well, I guess our systems, I think they're familiar with those terms. And I think they can probably make a connection between data that they have and those terms. But the deep dive won't be until October. What we'd really like systems to focus on to begin this year is analyzing their data, reinforcing their goals, and make sure they're engaging stakeholders, right? How are they engaging people in this work?
I'm just not sure the timeline works, because you've got collecting artifacts like August to May. No, that's not true, because we're not even gonna tell them what to collect till November. So they can start collecting stuff in November, and then in January, nobody's gonna be ready for a KSDE review. And I'm not sure, I mean, going forward, you talked about 2 to 4 meetings with your peer review a year. Would be the goal of that peer review then at the end of this coming school year?
That would be a time for those 4 fundamentals to be front and center with systems. That'll really be what probably would be the first time they could get across from their peers and really discuss those 4 fundamentals in a deep way.
I guess I'm just really confused about what we're going to hold them accountable for. Like, are we developing rubrics? I mean, are the 4 fundamentals now what they're going to be judged on for their accreditation as opposed to process and performance?
No. Those are all involved in that.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Danny?
I don't disagree with what Jim was saying, but I keep looking at the artifacts, and I don't see where our proficiency levels are getting any better. Even though we've changed all this accreditation and all this other stuff, I don't see us getting better. So I guess I struggle. I'm all about performance, and I don't see the performance. I don't.
You don't see us getting better based on the support
Based
model?
on the artifacts that I've looked at.
Which are from the past, correct?
21, 22, yeah.
Yeah, so that's why we are rolling this out in 24, 25 and supporting systems so we can improve in those areas. If you're saying that you don't believe that will lead to future outcomes, that's really hard to say since we haven't really pushed that out yet and haven't fully developed that support system.
Dennis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Are we ready for a motion? I think what this has really been a discussion whether we trust you to come up with something that we can look at and give advice to. And I just think we need to move ahead and let you guys do your work and use your committees. And can I make the motion?
Can I clarify before you make that? At the end of the day, what you really are approving, that you have to take action on are the 17 systems. Pausing this, because if you don't, they're coming to you. Everything else we can change by the time we get to October, okay? But that, if you don't change that, they're coming to you. And that's really why Jay has to be in front of you today on the timeline, because of that's hurrying us in front of October, so.
Thank you for that clarity.
Yeah, thank you. I move that the Kansas State Board of Education approve adjusting the current KISA cycle to allow for systems to follow the KISA learning year timeline for 23-24.
Second from Jim McNeese. Sorry, Kathy, beat you to it. Any further discussion, questions? Dina?
So essentially, what we're doing is giving you permission to kind of pause and reset the system. So, and at the same time, you're working with the system so that they know what they're to be doing, instead of just saying, here it is, go do it. So it's more guided than it has been.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Ready to vote? Anne?
I was gonna say, it's more than just pausing the 17. It's also asking the districts to start gathering data, new data that they haven't, in a way different than they've gathered it before. If you go look at the forms they look at today, that they fill out today, looks nothing like what this describes. Nothing. It's all different. So just keep that in mind. And it doesn't really have anything to do with whether or not I trust Jay. I've known him for a long time.
Any other questions? Dennis?
Yeah, the service centers would have some significant role in communicating this to the districts, correct?
Yes. Yes.
So we're talking about, I mean, nothing's going to be easy. It's a work in progress, and I just feel strong like this is the time to move ahead. We're giving this year reprise, so to speak. We're trying to help the districts that are in the middle of something. So let's give it a whirl, and we're gonna evaluate this.
And we do meet regularly with our service center leads for KISA, because they have monthly meetings of systems with KISA. So that's exactly right, Dennis. That's where they really drive a lot of that work through the service centers. So we try to stay lockstep with them.
I'm impressed when I go to SDAC and Hutch right there, that superintendents will drive in, as far away as 100 miles to come to that morning training or whatever they need to do there. And I think it's important that we move ahead so that they can get in the mindset of what we're actually trying to do here.
Yep.
So that's just my.
Okay. Any further questions, comments? Ready to vote? All in favor, raise your hand. I see 9. Opposed? 1. 9-1. Motion carries. Or passes, rather. Thank you, Jay.
Thank you.
Catherine, sorry to keep you waiting back there, but we appreciate your patience.
Okay. I didn't have coffee for 4 days and I had it today, so I am caffeinated.
Whoa, watch out.
In that case,
All right.
welcome.
Am I close enough to this thing? There we go. So, Madam Chair, Commissioner, members of the board, thank you very much for letting me come before you. I have for you recommendations from the Evaluation Review Committee for educator preparation, accreditation, and program review that you looked at originally last month, specifically for Berkeley College for accreditation and Wichita State University for program approval. Just a reminder of the process for accreditation. The provider, the EPP, because why spell it all out when you can have an acronym? The educator preparation provider writes over the course of about a year 3 different reports. An accreditation team writes 2 different reports as they have conversation with each other. All of that evidence goes to the Evaluation Review Committee, which is a committee of peers made from P-12 teachers, P-12 administrators, and higher ed administrators. They look at all that material and they make a preliminary recommendation that the provider can request to have more exchange about. And then the ERC finalizes their recommendation and I bring it to you. For accreditation for the provider, there are 4 possible decisions. Full accreditation for up to 7 years, accreditation with stipulation, meaning there is some deep concern, but the Evaluation Review Committee feels that all of the standards are currently met, for 2 years with the follow-up, probationary accreditation, meaning that 4 of the standards are met, 1 is currently not met, and there are 2 years with a follow-up focused visit, or not accredited, typically when 2 standards or more are not met. So looking at Berkeley College, the ERC is recommending probationary accreditation through June 30th of 2026. And should I go ahead and go through all of the standards? Is that, I can. Standard 1 is for content. So are they adequately preparing candidates for every license area they offer? Berkeley was first accredited by KSDE, KSBE in 2014, and they average between 2 and 6 completers per year, beginning in 2016. Standard 1 addresses content preparation. They offer 1 program for elementary education, and the review team and the ERC felt that the standard is met and there are no areas of concern, that candidates are adequately prepared to take the elementary license test. Standard 2 is the standard for partnerships with P12 schools. The Evaluation Review Committee felt that the standard is currently met, but the team and the ERC felt that there are some areas that the college needs to work on. And with each of the areas for improvement and the rationale, the area for improvement, the section in bold, is pretty much a quote of the standard, and then the explanation of the exact concern is in the rationale. So for Standard 2, Component 2.1, the concern was that there was insufficient evidence of a systematic process for partners to co-construct clinical experiences, development, maintenance, and modification of the partnership. For Component 2.2, minimal evidence of a systematic process for partners working together to prepare, evaluate, and support high-quality clinical educators, both at the P12 and at the college. And then one more. Looking for the section in the rationale. Evidence that partners review and analyze data that demonstrates that candidates are developing effectiveness and positive impact on P12 students. So the visiting team and the Evaluation Review Committee felt that this standard is met, but there is not a formal process in place. And they did not see sufficient evidence that the P12 partners are analyzing data. They have input. When I look at the team's report of the interviews that they attended, they have input that P12 teachers, alumni, P12 administrators have input on the relationship with the college and the program design, but they aren't necessarily analyzing data. Standard 3 is recruitment and monitoring candidates from admission, retention, completion, all the way through the program. And again, the concern was multiple measures with disaggregated data that has been analyzed. I believe, yeah, there is one for Standard 3. The Evaluation Review Committee felt that this standard is currently met, and this is a thing that they are recommending that the college department work on. Standard 4, the Evaluation Review Committee felt is currently met. Standard 4 is the impact of the graduates of the program working in the profession under a license. So this is after they've graduated, gotten their license, and they're working under that license. And the concern was context and description of the source of pre-K-12 grade learning data was not provided. The data on how your graduate working in the school district is having a positive impact. They do have a plan in place to interview graduates, but had not done it, and employers, but had not done it at this point. But the ERC felt that the standard is met. Standard 5 is the quality assurance system. This is the how-to manual. And in this one, the team recommended 2 areas for improvement, and then they recommended a stipulation, which is a more serious concern. And the ERC is recommending that Standard 5 is not currently met, and that is the basis of recommending probationary accreditation. And all of these are very similar. The concern is analyze data that informs goal setting, planning, and evaluation of changes. So for component 1, for component 2, again, a continuous improvement process for interpretation and analysis of data, goal setting, planning, implementing change, and monitoring the success of that change. Those are both areas for improvement. Those are not the stipulations. The stipulation is data from multiple measures taken together comprising a coherent quality assurance system. The data are not fully disaggregated for each standard from the next standard to content and pedagogical details, and that overall there is not a systemic quality assurance system. So the ERC is recommending the stipulation and the standard not met, and a probationary accreditation for 2 years. The timeline in the recommendation also reflects holding that next focused visit. So it could be held under that probationary accreditation while we have that review of new reports. And this is just a summary of those standards that I mentioned. Do you have any questions on this?
So let me, Catherine did an excellent job. Let me tell you what previous boards and what you will continue to do over time have done. The standards are approved by you. I say you, state board. The process that she laid out is approved by you. Now what we've done is apply that and brought you a recommendation. So I just want everyone to know, where do the standards come from? State board. Where did the process come from? State board. And then what Catherine does is apply that through that and then bring you recommendations. So I just wanted to help clarify in case you wondered where all this terminology came from.
Thank you. I'll start with Ann and Dennis. I had you both in the queue and I cleared it. Okay, then I'll start with Kathy.
Hi, thank you. Okay, so you said that they were previously approved in 2014? Or no, they wrote the, okay.
Originally. With a first-time approval, there are shorter windows.
Okay.
So they were reviewed and accredited in 2014 and then in 2017. And then the visit was last fall in 22.
So where it says over here, previous areas for improvement, October 9th, 2018.
There were not any.
There weren't, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Where does, okay, how many members of the ERC? Is it the whole board or committee?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
So it's that
all
entire-
13 members.
Perfect. And then where does the CAPE fall in this?
Where does
CAEP?
CAPE? Yes. So
Not that I
CAPE
can tell you what
is-
that all means, but.
CAPE is the Council for the Accreditation of Educator Preparation, and those standards are the ones you have adopted by reference to use in the state. 17 of the 24 institutions in the state have joint accreditation between the board and CAPE, and the other 7 is only you all's accreditation. but we use the exact same standards and evidence expectations.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Jim Porter?
You know, I warned you I was gonna ask.
Yes, sir.
I warned you I was gonna ask this question. I have one, and then I have
came
one
prepared.
that, if I may, I have two questions. Go ahead. The question is, what do they teach reading?
They teach reading in a diagnostic teaching of reading course, in an internship of reading, and in a children with special needs course. And I have sent those to Lori Curtis, and she was pleased with them.
Okay, good. And my next question, that will apply to any future, and I don't expect you to know this because I didn't warn you. Are the teachers that are teaching reading, have they been trained in structured literacy? I don't expect you to answer that, but that's a question that I'm going to ask. I'm unapologetically obsessed with making sure that we teach kids to read. And so I would like in the future for that to be something that we know before we approve a program. Whether or not the teachers that are teaching reading are qualified to do that. But I'm not going to expect you to know that today.
Thank you.
Anne?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know we emailed about Barkley, because I'm looking at it going, why are we approving these? And then I realized that the things that weren't met were not game stoppers, I guess. But I wondered why we're waiting till 25 to review. Why not next year?
To give them time to write down those processes and document that data collection. And typically with a focused visit, the new self-study is due the 25th month after the decision to have a focused visit. A lot of times universities spend over a year preparing that. So giving them 24 months is time to hold those interviews with their alumni and their or their school administrators, to take that data to their stakeholder groups and record if they're analyzing it.
They should all go out and work in the real world. They get it done a lot faster after that. I hope. Thank you.
Get back to my app here. I have a question
I'm
for
just
you.
saying I wouldn't want to told my boss at AT&T it was going to take me 2 years to figure it.
So if I'm considering enrolling at this school, will I see this? Where will I find this information? Where will I find their status?
You would find that on their accreditation page on their website.
And here we are in August. And so this goes into effect as soon as we vote?
Yes.
And so they would need to get it updated. I mean, classes are starting, right?
Yeah.
What are the impacts to, I mean, I'm asking you to stretch here, but what are the impacts to enrollment? What do students need to know as part of this process?
For the purposes of being eligible to apply for a license when they graduate, probationary accreditation is treated as complete accreditation. So anyone graduating from the college, from the Department of Education this fall, next spring, within that really, until June of 26, would be eligible to apply for a license and receive a license.
Okay. One more question. I'll go all the way back. I'm not even sure which slide it was on. It was one of the first things that you mentioned. You talked about an average of 2 to 6 completers per year.
I didn't write that part down. Yeah.
That's
I
okay.
looked that up later.
So that's number of people passing the praxis?
That is the number of people
just completing
graduating
the
the
program.
program
Okay.
and being reported on the federal Title II report. So I'm not sure they all took the test. I
That was
don't
going to be
remember.
my next question. Do we know what their pass rate looks like?
I do not remember.
Okay.
Shane does. She knows all of their passwords.
Right off the top of your head?
So, good afternoon, Madam Chair. So
Afternoon.
the answer to that is we probably don't know because data is suppressed. If they have less than 6 individuals take the test, we don't have access to it. Tomorrow when I do a presentation, I did a 5-year pool of all the tests that our program completers completed, and unfortunately, a lot of the data we have for Barkley is suppressed.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you. All right. I don't see any more questions.
Okay. Shall I go on to Wichita State's program?
You may, we have them as one motion.
Okie dokie. So just a reminder, for program review, the process is very similar, but it is typically 2 reports from each side of the conversation. 2 reports from the individual license area program and from the review team that looked at that. And then that goes to the evaluation review committee. There's an opportunity for the program to have more conversation with the ERC if they want to provide more information. And then I bring that final recommendation to you. The possible decisions are full approval of the program for 7 years, approval with stipulation if there is some grave concern for 2 years, or not approved. The Evaluation Review Committee recommends that Wichita's district leadership program has all standards met, no areas for improvement, and they are recommending it for approved status for the 7-year period through December 31 of 29. Much shorter.
Thank you very much. Board members, any additional questions? Danny?
Sir.
So I'm gonna dovetail on Mr. Porter. So, since we're really focused on reading, in which I am too, so they're teaching this new way of.
District leadership is for training superintendents. So that hasn't been a license area. We've asked specifically about structured reading because it is dealing with school district administration. That is something I would need to ask about.
Mr. Porter?
I would suggest that it might be important for leaders to know the importance of structured literacy.
All right.
Wonder where that came from.
Any other questions or comments? If not, a motion would be in order. Oh, hang on, you're competing.
Are we on 13?
Don't know what number.
Yeah. I move that the Kansas State Board of Education accept the recommendations of the Evaluation and Review Committee for accreditation status for Berkeley College and program approval for Wichita State University.
Dina seconds. All right. Further discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. That appears unanimous. 10-0, motion passes. Thank you. We will take a break because I think this next one may take a little while, the guidelines for graduation requirements. So how about a 10-minute break and we'll be back at 2:52.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You are welcome. Graduation requirements. Welcome, Beth Fulls. You are not David Fernkopf. Sorry about that.
Members of the State Board, thank you for the opportunity to visit with you today about the changes to high school graduation requirements. Unfortunately, Dr. Fernkopf had some unexpected health issues, and although he's fine, he's not able to be with us today. So, my name is Beth Fultz, and I'm the director for CSAS. And I realize we're running behind, but I have a couple things I'd like to share before I get into the slides. So, I just want to talk to you a little bit about career standards and assessment services, just to refresh you on what the work of our team here at the agency does. So, career. Natalie Clark leads a full staff of career and technical education consultants, and I'm pleased to report to you that we have 4 new consultants that have either started or the last one will start on Monday. They're all previous classroom teachers in technical education, and their focus will be on preparing high school students with skills and knowledge to enter the workforce. This includes the IPS, pathways, working with the student organizations, we refer to that as CTSO, and work-based learning. Standards. David Fernkopf leads this work group, and as I've shared before, KSDE has a lot of standards, many standards. We have standards even in teacher preparation that you just heard Catherine talk about. So the majority of the K-12 standards are the responsibility of Career Standards and Assessment Services. 3 of the 4 identified fundamental elements that you talked with Jay about earlier are directly related to the work of the standards work group. Structured literacy, reading standards and the expectations, how to teach children to read, standards alignment, aligning curriculum to the standards so that we can guarantee students are receiving instruction in the skills and content identified in the standards, and quality instruction. I realize quality instruction crosses a lot of teams in the agency, but this is how we teach teachers to teach the standards to all children, each child. Dr. Fernkopf is also responsible for graduation, along with Dr. Kelso, and she's here with me today. Virtual schools, and recently we've just added homeschool data collection to this group's responsibility. Assessments. So career standards assessments, right? Julie Ewing is the assistant director for assessments. We're currently looking to hire a coordinator to help her with this work, and then to complete the assessment team, each program manager in an assessed area is responsible for not only the content standards, but the content of the assessments that are used to measure the standards. So they kind of do double duty there. They do content and assessment. The 4th of the fundamental elements is the balanced assessment system. As you're aware, KSDE provides free of charge formative, interim, and summative assessments all aligned to the state standards. This group also supports the work of ACT, work keys, benchmarking tests like FastBridge, and other screenings for reading intervention. And the services. Research and evaluation currently has 4 very skilled research analysts to provide the data analysis, both internal and external. They're also the group that works with IT to make sure business rules for all the different decisions with data that we share with you reflect the intent of the analysis. And we'll soon be adding another person to this team to focus more on the internal research needs of the agency. And finally, the Volunteer Commission. Jessica Dorsey leads this group, and they're very busy with very many different initiatives, including the Visiting International Teachers, civic engagement, mentoring, AmeriCorps, and volunteerism. And I'm happy to share with you today that they just received a new grant that will allow us to combine volunteerism with the reading initiative. So that's a big addition to what's going on. So as you can see, CSAS is very involved in the work of many of your initiatives, ensuring that each child has access to high quality instruction and materials. That's our everyday focus. The new graduation requirements reflect the seriousness, expectations, and rigor of the culmination of the education provided by Kansas Public Schools. Today, I'll share a brief update with you on the changes to the graduation requirements. So, General Counsel Scott Gordon, when I talked to him yesterday, advised me that we're still on track for these changes to be effective with the class of 2028 or this year's 8th graders. So, I just want to briefly go over the changes. So this chart, you've seen it before. It's what we currently have, and then what the proposed regulation changes are. So 4 units of English changed to communications with 3.5 units of English and a half a credit of communications. Society and humanities, 3 units of history and government, 1 unit of fine arts did not change. STEM, currently we have 3 units of science required and 3 units of math. This is where you increase the rigor. You said keep the 3 units of math and science and add 1 STEM elective, which would be an advanced course in the STEM areas. Then finally, the employability and life skills. 1 unit of PE was divided into a half a unit of PE and a half a unit of health. Half a unit of financial literacy was added, and then the electives were reduced from 6 to 4.5. So you kept the same number of credits, you just rearranged them. So as censure vote.
Anne, did you have a question? No? Okay.
Okay, since your vote, we've had a lot of questions about how this was going to happen. So I'll go into some of the conversation on that. So the question, and so this slide probably needs a little bit of explanation. So course nesting, that's a term that's used in pathways. So sometimes when schools want to offer multiple pathways, and it's all within the same cluster, that they will allow a teacher to teach a couple of different classes at the same time if it's aligned to the work. So, I mean, you can think about just an advanced, and usually not the intro class, but a couple different advanced classes where kids are working independently and they need supervised by the teacher, but that's what we call nesting. We let them do like 2 classes at the same time or double up, right? So the question came up about, can you do that with the new graduation requirement? And it was particularly around the area of English language arts communication, right? So the answer is no. There's no nesting, no double up on course credits for graduation. And in fact, the regulation proposal is very clear, and that says a unit may only satisfy 1 graduation requirement at a time. So if you're taking a communications class, that can't be half of your fine arts credit, right? It's communications plus fine arts. That's the decision, that's what's in the reg. So hopefully that's cleared up any misunderstandings on that. So I do want to talk about ELA then.
Jim Porter?
There are times when you have really small classes, and so a teacher may teach, say, Spanish 3 and 4 at the same time. Is this prevented under that arrangement?
No.
Okay, so that's what I thought nesting was, so.
No. Well, that is what nesting is, but they would be enrolled in Spanish 3, and the other student probably is enrolled in Spanish 4. 2 different classes, the same teachers teaching both at the same time. Yeah, right. So, right, you just can't use, right, they would have to have that class 2 years to get credit for Spanish 3 and credit for Spanish 4. You can't double count something. Okay. English language arts. So one thing that I think is worth a conversation is that the English language arts standards that we were here and shared with you a few months ago when we made the revisions to the reading standards within English language arts, is the English language arts standards include reading, speaking, writing, and listening. So speaking and writing, communications are part of the ELA standards. So it would make sense that if communications, speaking or writing, was taught in the English class, that then the student could have half a credit for English and half a credit for communications taught by the English teacher. Now, they could go the traditional way and just take that half a credit communications standalone by a qualified teacher, but if the district or the building made a decision that they wanted the English teacher to teach the communications within the English class, there will be a special course code that will transcript that course number. I know that's a lot of weeds that you don't really want me to go into today on how we track all that, but there would be a special course code that they would identify that this class is half a credit English, half a credit communication. Now that could be done one semester to the second semester. It could be done 2 days a week. We're doing communications and however the teachers and the building and district work it out for their lesson plans, but that would be allowed. Or you could go the traditional way. So the specific description will be out in the next couple months, and then schools, as they enroll students for next year, when they start enrolling their 8th graders into 9th grade, that is a choice that the locals will be able to make how they want to offer that, either within the English class or 2 separate classes. We won't. Financial literacy. So you approved, before you even made the graduation decision change, standards in financial literacy. So there's a course number then that's been assigned with a description and who can teach this. The description goes along with all of our other course numbers that have been approved. The qualified teachers goes in the licensed personnel guide for who can teach courses, and that decision's been made, and it's available to everyone that they can use when they start enrolling students. The issue with this is that a lot of schools, we have a lot of data that we've shared with you and the legislature both for many years on schools that are already offering financial literacy, right? So how does this work with what they're already doing? So for the majority of the students, the district will just report this course number for those students, and it'll be transcripted as half a credit for financial literacy to meet the graduation requirement. Those students that are taking financial literacy and part of their pathways, they'll go ahead and take this as their general course, and then if the pathways, if they're getting more specific within a business pathway or family and consumer sciences, then there would be an advanced financial literacy course. I don't have a name for that right now, but they're working on how that would meet the pathway requirements then, where the students could go ahead and take the other half credit.
I'll go to Ann. Oh, there we go.
Okay.
So I want to ask a clarifying question then. If they're going to take a more advanced class anyway, they still have to take the basic financial literacy class first as a prerequisite? Or at some point during, maybe not as a prerequisite, but at some point during high school, it is required to take that basic class? Or can they take, based on conversations we've had, it should be any class that covers financial literacy.
So you're asking a question that we have 2 different answers for.
Okay.
One is what meets graduation requirements, which that would, but another meets a pathway requirement, which probably requires a sequence of intro and advanced courses. So.
And one of the reasons it was so important to identify this course number for the graduation requirement is that the pathways have funding tied to them. So students take a sequence of courses and they get extra funding for the students enrolled in those pathways, right? So a general graduation requirement class does not meet the expectation that every student in that class would get funded in that pathway. So I had to make some distinctions there to make it clear that, you know, this class is a graduation requirement. And if they have pathway requirements, then that would have to be, you know, they would really need to have that interest in the pathway and to be taking those courses.
Thank you.
Okay, and then not part of the regulation changes, but an interest that you've had in making sure that we were better able to help schools and districts understand how they could award credit to students without necessarily taking the class, whether that be the whole class or even if they, you know, can demonstrate competencies before they even have to enroll in it. So we're working right now. This is our plan on how to move that forward. So internally, the KSDE staff are reviewing the 9-12 content competencies that were all put together in Navigating Next, and also the corresponding lessons and everything that went with the Kansas Teaching and Leading project that's on the Greenbush website. That should wrap up in the next couple months. And then we're going to bring groups of high school content teachers together to go through what the internal staff have identified as possible deficiencies, and then work to identify meaningful assessments, options, and best practice examples that we can put together in another document that would be available for locals to use as a resource and how they could help make those decisions. So that's where we are on that work. And then finally, the FAFSA. So that will be part of the expectation with the class that's available to them. And I don't have language for you right now, but we're working with General Counsel on that and the School Board Association. So they'll get all their opt-ins and opt-outs and everything right for that one. And finally, post-secondary assets. So it's written into the regulation that students will achieve 2 or more accomplishments approved by the state board that demonstrate that pupil will be a successful Kansas high school graduate. And so you've seen the list before, and we've had conversations. That list will need to be official soon. So I guess, sorry, I didn't put the PowerPoint together. I don't know what my slides are. So there will be a review committee that will come together every fall to review the list and then to make a recommendation that will come to you, the state board, to approve. And then on the website will track, you know, the year that it's approved for that 4-year cohort. You can ask Kathy about the IT collection on all this, because it's a pretty big process to track it all, but I think we have some pretty good plans in place for how that will happen.
Remember this, anything you add to that list or take off doesn't go into effect until that next cohort starts of 4 years. If they're in high school at that moment, they would go under the old rules. You can't change that student's rules once they enter high school.
So it's very similar, I think, some of us that remember the old catalogs when you went to college. So you wanted to keep the one you started with because those were the requirements that you were going to use to graduate, right? I know that really dates me and I apologize, but that's the most similar thing I can think about tying that to. So, yeah. Okay, so I think that's the end of the presentation for today. Dr. Kelso is here to answer any questions. She's working directly with it, and we'd be glad to hear your guidance on any future work.
Thank you. Board members, any questions, comments? You've left the board speechless. Congratulations. Thank you so very much for being here, both of you. All right. We will move on to, or we may catch up, maybe. Move on to PPC. Scott Gordon, are you with us? Or, well, Scott won't be here? Will be here. Jen's not going to be here. Okay. I think we'll just wait a few minutes for Scott.
We need Scott Gordon.
On his way. Thank you. Sorry that we were running behind.
I apologize for not paying closer attention.
Not at all.
I was running around answering other questions. Good afternoon. I'm assuming we're here talking about the professional practices case.
Are.
If not, I need help. We just have there were 2 default cases and 1 voluntary surrender. If you have any questions about them, I'd be happy to answer them, but they're probably all really straightforward.
Board
And we
members
did
any-
not ask Jen Dr. Holt to come on because they were kind of defaults. So.
Board members, any questions? Or if not, I'll take a motion. Kathy?
I move that the Kansas State Board of Education denies or revokes the licenses in the cases of 23 PPC 21, 23 PPC 24, and 23 PPC 05.
Is there a second? Michelle? Any further discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. That is unanimous, 10-0.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
What's that?
Very well, very articulate.
I'll be late more often.
Beard's looking good.
Trying to get that Ben Porter look and it's just Proctor look, pardon me, it's just not coming in as well.
And now we'll probably have to pause for a moment and wait on Kathy, right? Oops. Kathy Grossenbacher?
And Craig.
And Craig.
Or no, Scott. And
Yeah, it's,
PPC.
were you going
Number
to start it, Scott?
I hadn't planned on it. I mean, I can go out of order, but.
For those following along with your packet, it's item 16. It was supposed to be at 3:15 and we've caught up. Look at that. KSDE Data Management Overview.
There she comes. It's okay, I did it 2 minutes ago. I said I just did the same thing 2 minutes ago.
Good afternoon,
Good
Madam
afternoon.
Chair, members of the board, Commissioner Watson. It is my pleasure to be here today to talk to you all about the data collection and management process here at the Department of Education. I would like to preface the presentation by saying that the information that you will receive today is very high level. Okay, it's that 30,000 foot view, and it is a lot of information. So I want to say that because we will never get through the presentation if you start asking a lot of questions. I don't mind questions. I think they're fantastic. They're learning opportunities, but we can't go from 30,000 foot view to ground level quickly. So what will we be covering? We're going to cover what are the types of data that we collect, the purpose of those data collections, What are the federal reporting requirements? How student data is currently collected, where we're headed with student data collection. Scott Gordon is going to round out the presentation today by covering state and federal student data privacy laws and data governance. So, what are data? And what is information? I ask those two questions because oftentimes the two, data and information, the two are used interchangeably, and they can be difficult to distinguish between. One of my favorite data quotes is, "You can have data without information, but you cannot have information without data." So what's that mean? Data are facts. Information is taking those facts and applying context to them. Data is raw. It's unorganized. We get a file of state assessment results. It means absolutely nothing for accountability calculations until we're able to combine that data with others to create a report. On its own, it's meaningless many times, but can become powerful and meaningful. And data doesn't depend on information. Information depends on data. So I think it's really important to remember that as we talk about the data that we collect, the purpose of it, and what we do with that data. So with that in mind, what does KSDE collect? I'm just going to brief overview of some of the non-student data that we collect. We collect directory information about our school districts, the buildings within those districts, things such as what grade levels are being taught in a building, their school schedule. Are they on a block schedule? Are they not? Are they a 5-day week, 4-day week? There's also really those points of contacts within a district, administrative contacts that are important for so many of our programs. Are in there. So you can log in, you can see who the superintendent is, building principals, board clerk, transportation director, special ed director, IT director. Go on and on and on. For big districts, there are pages of those individuals. So that's what is collected in the directory. We also, as you know, collect educator data for the purpose of licensing educators. We also collect courses that the educators are teaching within a given year for the licensed personnel report. And we also ensure that educators who are administering interim assessments are licensed in the state of Kansas. So there is a record that comes in. That information goes over to the University of Kansas. They create rosters for that specific educator. And then that individual is able to go in and administer those interim assessments throughout a school year. And then, of course, fiscal information, district budgets, current expenditures, total expenditures. We use information to calculate per pupil expenditures. And I'm sure I'm missing some things. I just wanted to throw a few up here on the screen. So let's move to student data collections. We collect what we call core data, core student data. That is data that we collect for every single student in the state of Kansas. Things such as demographics, which would be your date of birth, name, race, ethnicity, gender. We collect transportation information because that's part of the funding formula. So where does the student live? How many miles are they transported? Whether the student is a Kansas resident, non-Kansas resident. Program participation, enrollment, attendance. Those are what date did the student enter this district? How many days were they enrolled? How many days did they attend? We know for program participation, those students who participate in the National School Lunch Program, are they a virtual student? Are they a special education student? Do they have an IEP, individualized education plan? The list goes on. It's very extensive. Career Tech Ed, pathways, English language learners, the ESOL services that can be provided, migrant, even state assessment items are collected for those program areas. For course outcomes, we collect information on what students have completed, particularly up to this point, high school students. So what courses have they taken? How many credits did they earn? Did they pass the class? You know, are they a Career Tech Ed student? Is it a Career Tech Ed course? How many credits did they earn there? Are they a participant, a completer? You know, all of those things that apply to being a Career Tech Ed student. Did the student earn a certificate while they were in high school? So we need that for the post-secondary calculations. That's what I mean by course outcomes. And then we also, beyond that core data that is collected for every student, we collect program area specific data. And what I mean by that is each program area needs data to do certain things that they're required to do. So for early education, Amanda Peterson needs to know the students who are participating in the Kansas Preschool Pilot Program or parents as teachers. She needs to know when they enter those programs and when they leave. That's only collected for those students who are in early childhood. Special education is the same, services received. We receive discipline data for special education students and their post-school outcomes. Migrant does the student have an approved certificate of eligibility? Services, again, state assessment, the list goes on. State assessment, did the student need accommodations? Were there special circumstances that applied? What subjects is the student being assessed in? What grade level? Is it a student taking the CALPA, the general assessment, dynamic learning maps, all of those things that just pertain to those assessed grade levels? And then career tech education. So again, referring to students enrolled in pathways, the courses they've completed, the credits they've earned, and what that designation is. That is a really, really quick overview of the data that we collect. But I want to go on and talk a lot more about that process and the why behind it. Given you a lot of information already, but I think it's important to see this to understand the purpose of student data collection. When I think about student data collection, it's twofold. Number one, we need individual student data, but we also need to be able to aggregate data. So that individual student data is used for funding calculations. So all of those weightings that are in the funding formula, we need to know those attributes that have weightings in order to fund a school district appropriately. We need their information for administering state assessments. And really important, we provide reports back to school districts in authenticated applications, so applications that they must log into to be able to see, so they can see that individual student data. The other side is aggregate data. We use that for school and district performance calculations, so think about accountability. Many of the accountability measures are reviewed for accreditation purposes. Aggregate data is used to support the board goals. So post-secondary success, you all look at graduation, state assessments. We need individual student data to be able to provide aggregate data. So there's a tremendous amount of work that goes into that. tremendous amount of work that goes into collecting that data, disseminating it, reporting it, and doing so in a secure, reliable manner that meets the requirements of all involved. So when I say all involved, we have federal reporting requirements, we have state reporting requirements, we have board goals, all of those things. Building report card is federal. Accountability report is state, legislatively mandated. The last thing I want to point out on this, for the purposes, is the aggregate data that we must provide for federal reporting purposes. And when I say federal reporting in this sense, EDFACS is what I'm referring to. And it is aggregate data. I want to say this, we provide no individual student data to the federal government. Zero, none. We aggregate it. Okay, I want to say that. So what is EDFACS? U.S. Department of Education, it's their centralized data collection. Every state education agency in the nation is required to submit data about its students in the state, pre-K through 12th grade. There are 83 plus files that we submit annually. The requirements for those files are defined by the U.S. Department of Education, primarily around student demographics, the program participation, performance, so state assessments. They use that data to, they analyze it, it's used to inform policy decisions, planning, management, grants that they publish or give out. I mention this because our agency has one set of file specifications. We have one. As opposed to 83. I bring this up because, we hear you collect too much data. Why do you collect this data? Yes, we collect data. Yep. Do you collect a lot of data? Yep. Do you report a lot of things? Yes, yes we do. But we've worked very, very diligently to do so in a manner that reduces the reporting burden to our school districts. To the extent that we're able. And what I mean by that is there are 83 plus files, and you will get this PowerPoint because the file specifications for the Department of Ed are linked, as are the kids collection file specifications, which are KSDE's specs. So 83 files, those are separate. That's separate work for us beyond calculating and publishing the building report card, the other federal and state accountability report, foster care report. The list is extensive, those items that we need to do. And I worked in a school district before I came to the department, and I cannot imagine what it might have been like if someone had said to me, you need to submit these 83 files. Not 4, not one for enrollment and funding, one for testing students, exits if they leave, and an end of year. And that's hard, particularly if you're in a large school district and you have 50,000 kids to report on. It's hard. I don't know what that would look like. I can't imagine that. What we do isn't simple. Folks say, oh, we'll just grab a spreadsheet, or it doesn't work like that. It's complex. The business rules that go into place are complex. If you think about everything that I've covered so far, all the different pieces of student data, program-specific data, we have to take those requirements and we write technical requirements based upon the definition of what it is the other individual needs or entity needs. Federal government, board, we don't think up things to collect. We try to find ways to collect what we're required to collect. So we write those technical requirements and define the data elements in a way that allows us to collect with the minimum information that is needed to calculate and report what it is that we need to do. So how do we collect student data?
Kathy, can I just help you clarify something?
Yes.
So you said to the federal government, no individual student data
That's
is sent to
correct.
the federal government. When you say the word aggregate, we all know what that means, but just when you say aggregate, give an example to the board of what then is sent, demographically or to the federal government. When you say aggregate data, is it a class set of data? Is it Kansas data? Just give an example of what that would be.
There are many sets of aggregate data that we send to the federal government. And what that means is they might want to know by grade level or by elementary school, middle school. And we take all those individual pieces of data and combine it so that we can create that number for them. So they don't receive information that for one student. They receive information for whatever subgroup or grouping that they've requested. So if you look at let's think about the accountability report. If you think about graduation, we can get down to building level data. They don't get that in the subgroups and individual students and where they've gone and how they've done throughout high school. They don't get that information. They get how many students graduated in this district. So it's a number. It's a combined number. That's it. Okay. So how do we collect student data? I have to go back to 2006. Through a federal grant, the agency implemented its very first longitudinal data collection system known as KIDS Collection, the Kansas Individual Data on Students. At the time, if you go back to 2006, at the time that was cutting edge. We were one of the very first states in the nation to automate in some fashion this reporting of, what is necessary to report to the Department of Education. With this system, we have specific record types in specific windows of time for specific purposes. It's very regimented in which we collect data. An example would be the September 20 count for funding. That's called an enrollment record. There is a window of time that districts have to put that information in. Once their information is in their system, districts must pull down a file, extract a file, download, however you want to say it. They download that file with all of those attributes attributed to each one of their students. They log in to our authenticated system and they upload a file. That file. There are validations in place when they upload the file. I can tell you it's the worst feeling in the world to upload a big file and it say, rows uploaded, 10,000, processed, 0. It means you have something very wrong in your spreadsheet that you're uploading. So there are validations in place that ensure that when they are uploading, if there's something that isn't right or isn't formatted correctly, doesn't meet the business rules. What I mean by that is ESOL. If a district indicates that a student is receiving ESOL services, then ESOL contact minutes must also be sent to us because we have to know the contact minutes for that. There are a lot of business rules, and I'm not going to get in the weeds. I mean, like thousands. when it's all said and done. So those if-then statements, if this occurs, then this. So they upload it, they get their validations back, and they can fix their errors. They continue to upload until they are able to submit without errors. And at that point in time, that's the data we use. They have the opportunity up until the window closes to correct that if they submitted something in error. So the word that I use to describe it, and it's not a professional word by any means, is clunky. It is a clunky, time-consuming, hair-pulling process. But it's the process. The process wouldn't work without our unique ID management system. What that is a system that assigns a unique ID to every student who enters a public or private accredited school in Kansas. That number follows that student regardless of where they go, what programs they are in. If they move from one district to another or one building to another, that number follows it. It helps to maintain a unique student count. It gets rid of duplications. And it supports longitudinal reporting. We do not collect student social security numbers. So that's why we have this unique identifier in place.
Can I interrupt with a question? Betty?
Thank you. I want to go back a little bit. So you were saying aggregate data is what's submitted. So you receive it individual or in a disaggregate that it's combined here into an aggregate format?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And when you were talking about unique ID management, I assume that's like the student ID number that you're talking about. People hear so much about breaches and going in. Have we ever had that to happen where our information, so it's not like they can track that student ID back to family information?
That student ID means absolutely nothing outside of this agency.
Okay.
Right? And we have not had or experienced a breach of any sort.
I was trying to visualize. I mean, you go through a lot of safety features, and I was wondering, well, what precipitated that? Just being safe and cautious. Okay, thank you.
I'll ask a follow-up to Betty's question. Would you say that your group takes a zero trust approach?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Yes, always. So let's talk about the challenges that we have in our current data collection. Now, as I said earlier, 2006, the way we collect data right now was phenomenal. It was a technological advancement. Everyone loved it. I loved it. Being in a district, it changed how we did things, and it made it much more efficient. 2023, 2024, not so much. We live in a data-driven society, and we currently do not have a data collection process in place to provide value back to our education stakeholders. My predecessor defined our data collections as post-mortem. And it took me a minute. He said that a few times, and I had to go back and really think about that. And what he meant by that is we collect and publish data after a meaningful point in time. It's how the system is designed currently. An example, go back to chronic absenteeism. We collect that information at the very end of a school year. So districts have, I think it's May 15th to June 30th to send us that information. We then take it, we calculate it. Commissioner presents it on his annual report in the fall. gets put on the building report card, and published on the accountability report in January. I can't tell you how many phone calls I've taken from superintendents or a building principal asking, where'd you get that number? How did you calculate that? That's not accurate. They're asking these questions. So at that time, I get the opportunity to talk to them about kids' collection and the specific data elements that were submitted to us and that we calculated based off of the data that was provided to us. So the very next question is always, can I fix it? Right? I've gotten those phone calls, hey, can they fix it? The answer is no. It's not how our system works. If we're beyond that point in time, and districts are given a window for corrections for things, if we're beyond that point in time and we've already rolled systems over for the following school year, we can't go back and fix it. So, a challenge, which leads me to data accuracy. Because of that lag in the data collections and reporting, many times those data discrepancies aren't discovered until it's too late to do anything about it, generally when published. There's also the challenge with staff in school districts. We have a high turnover rate of just staff, period, in school districts. Those folks who sit and enroll students, enter their information into the student information systems, extract the files, and send them to us, the turnover rate is astronomical. So the training, they don't know what they don't know when they come in, and it is so important for them to understand the why behind what they're sending to us. Because I can guarantee you, if they knew what they were submitting to us affected funding, the data would look a little better, most likely. So when I think about these challenges and think about providing something of value back to our school district that's actionable, we're going to talk about where we're headed in Kansas with data collection. To do that, I'm going to roll back to 2017, and I'm going to just give a brief overview of an opportunity that the agency had with the Columbia University's Teachers College. They had received a grant and were developing a cost-benefit analysis tool, and they wanted to collaborate with us. I talk about this because we really did study and I feel like do our due diligence when we decided the direction we were going to go with data collection in Kansas. So it was a 2-year project, the end goal being to determine if student data collection modernization would be supported in Kansas by our school districts, and if so, what model of modernization had the most support. And then also, what is that reporting burden to districts? And the folks at the Teachers College of Columbia, they actually applied a dollar amount to the time and resources that are allocated in those districts for reporting purposes. The project began by pulling together superintendents from varying districts, 1A through 6A. All the different student information system vendors were represented, and folks at Columbia interviewed teams. Superintendents put together teams. Superintendents, building principals, test coordinators, IT directors, data coordinators, I mean, you name it, they were in the room. They were put through an extensive interview so that we could understand their data collection, dissemination, reporting processes. What staffing does it take to do that? What are their time allocations? What are their resource allocations? What's working? What doesn't work? What would you like to see in a perfect world? What would be acceptable? What would not be acceptable? very enlightening to go through that process and take the back seat and just listen to the conversations that went on. So the wonderful staff at the Teachers College, they took all that information back and they created an extensive survey that was administered to all of our school districts. Those responses were ran through their cost-benefit analysis tool, and we found that districts supported the following three things. One, first, was continue to allow them to choose their own student information system. You might say, well, shouldn't they be able to? A couple of the models that we presented had a statewide student information system in it. So it would have had the agency standing up a statewide power school or Skyward or Infinite Campus, and then districts would connect to that, but the core would all live up here. They didn't want that. They were very, very adamant about that. So, okay, we know that the Department of Education should develop a centralized data collection and data store that we should require student information systems in the state of Kansas to be able to integrate with, to be able to connect to get rid of that manual upload process. The study concluded in the summer of 2019. There is a white paper that was published. If you all would like it, I can send it to Commissioner Watson or Barbara to distribute to you all. As soon as we finished this, reviewed the white paper, the Institute of Education Sciences published a state longitudinal data system grant opportunity. So the primary purpose of these grants is for states to be able to modernize their data systems, data collection systems, do so in a secure, efficient, interoperable way, but it doesn't stop there. The system must provide value back to districts. It must provide information back that can affect positive change within a district or building for those most at-risk populations. That's the stipulation. So we applied. We applied in September of 19. I received the award notification in March of 2020, the day that Governor Kelly sent us all home. So good news, bad news. The grant deliverables, once they're complete and once everything is up and going, automates that data collection process, which streamlines. There will be a transactional process between our agency and school districts. Validations will be in place throughout the entire process, so that improves data quality. They're not finding out in the fall that they had chronic absenteeism problem from the prior year. It also reduces that reporting burden. Allows us to provide actionable data back to districts. Go there yet. So what do I mean by actionable data? I'll use chronic absenteeism again. So imagine a world where a superintendent or building principal at any point in time can see what their chronic absenteeism rate is. Not only that, they can then log in to an authenticated system that's not publicly available. They can see who those kids are. October hits and they've got 9%, 10% of their kids are chronically absent or on track to be chronically absent. That's another thing, is the preventative piece of this. Who are those kids and what do they need? What do we need to do to get these kiddos in school? You think about foster care students, special education students, any at-risk population. Gone will be the day of a foster care student walking into a school district and not being enrolled in the appropriate courses, because course completion will be within this new system. So at the point in time that student is enrolled in that district, that unique ID associated with that student returns back to that superintendent or building principal the courses this kiddo has completed, the grades, if they're on an IEP, just the information we collect, not the information or the official student records. Those are still official student records. There's a lot of data and a lot of information that districts have on students that we don't. But it will provide enough information back for them to be able to enroll a kiddo and provide the services that they need. So, yeah.
Thank you. When you're talking about an area such as chronic absenteeism, one of the things that come to my mind is human error. I don't know what level the individuals are that input this data, but I do know there's a great possibility for human error. I mean, if anybody's ever had a phone call saying, you know, your kid's at school and your kid's not in class. Well, I know my kid's in class. And you call, well, we'll correct that, and it doesn't, and it's not corrected. So I'm kind of concerned because what you're doing with this is no better than the information that's being input. How do you allow for human error, or is that a factor when you're looking at any of this?
It is, and I'm not sure it's that we allow for human error. We are able to provide that data back quickly enough that someone will start looking at it if something doesn't look right. That's our hope. There are a lot of reasons for chronic absenteeism, you're right. Human error is one. How the student information system is set up is another. The minutes associated with the course in the student information system is another. Those are areas that we will talk through with our school districts as we develop what we're going to call data dashboards, those systems that they will be able to log into to see this information. What is it that's meaningful to you? What do you need to see that we collect in your dashboard? What do you need to see from your system in your dashboard that only you have access to? They need to define that. I can't define that. It has to work for them. It's not going to work for us, and it's not our information. Those are things we have to work through and define, but we aren't going to define it. School districts are going to tell us what they need.
So do you know if there's, and this is really quick, you may not, I don't know what level, what the educational background level is for data entry or whatever they're doing in the school districts. Do you know if that's kind of refined, or does that vary from district to district? If I'm asking a wild question, just tell me.
I think it varies from district to district. Some of our larger districts have IT departments bigger than mine. They do a lot of data analysis and they train their staff very well. We have school districts that are really small that it's the mom that wants to get off the farm and go in and have the same schedule as her kiddos. That was me. Yeah, I knew nothing about data when I started that venture. So yeah, I think it varies greatly. Mm-hmm. All right. Benefits of the grant, we talked about that. I want to stress that I think, I think the agency believes that with the improvements that we will be making to the data collection process, we have a really strategic opportunity to define what those benefits are for school districts, for them to define what those benefits are and define those data exchange capabilities and allow them to customize along with what they have in their district for their needs. What it does is it moves us away from that compliance. No one wants to talk about compliance. It moves us away from being compliance-oriented into a more service-oriented model, which that becomes a little different conversation. When you're asking how you can help them affect change in the classroom based upon their data, that's a different conversation than you have X amount of students chronically absent. No, by the way, I can't tell you that till September, right? So there are a couple points I want to make about the KEDS system, just because we've been asked questions, and I've heard from others conversations where they've had to intervene. I just want to say, number one, this project does not violate student data privacy law. Period. It doesn't. Number two, KSDE will not have access to all data within a district's student information system. We will continue to collect what is required for the work that we're required to do. Okay, nothing more, nothing less. We don't have the capability to go grab information from them. In fact, we won't be grabbing anything. They push to us only those things required. And oh, by the way, when they send them, those data validations are in place. So they have an admin portal, much better than the kids' collection system, that they are able to log into and see what those errors are, what they need to correct. And oh, by the way, this looks really good right now. I think we're good here for this specific snapshot in time. Yep, I sign off on it. You can use my data. I don't make that determination. The agency doesn't make that determination. Districts are the master data owners of their data. They tell us when to use it, okay? Student information system is indeed a local decision. Again, going back to, it was one of the options in the models that we talked about. So we still get phone calls saying, do I have to change or go with a different student information system? No. We are piloting the KEDS system alongside kids collection. So the two are running at the same time with districts who volunteered. Crazy, but they volunteered to do so. Not really. Early adopters is what we're calling them. We had to send people away, say, no, you can't be an early adopter in the first group. We can't early adopt 100 districts, right? We can manage 30. Our vendor said they could manage 30. Our vendor also said that they have never, in the history of the work that they're doing, had a state with as many districts as we have on board. They said normally they're fighting to get 3 districts. They always want 3 districts from 3 different student information system vendors willing to pilot something. We landed on 35, and I have another list that comes second. So we will begin piloting that this fall. And all sizes of districts are represented. Every student information system is represented. And, you know, a district that I thought we might get some pushback on was Wichita. I mean, they're huge, 50,000 students. A tremendous undertaking. Folks, they're an early adopter. They said, yep, let's go. We're ready. Fortunately, their IT director was in a large school district in Nebraska when the Nebraska Department of Education did the exact same thing that we're doing. So he's been on the other side of that. He's seen the benefits, how it affected positive change in a school district, the efficiencies that were gained. So it's pretty exciting to have them. He is a very big champion of the project. So I've been talking a long time. Okay, I'll hurry. Really quick, I want to cover a couple of data policy and practice points. You know, transparency, that's always important. especially when you're collecting student data. And we publish every single year on our website every data dictionary that collects student data. What I mean by data dictionary, it tells you the specific data element, so date of birth, an ESOL student. And then it tells you what can be collected related to that and why. So is it for federal reporting? Is it for state reporting? Every single data dictionary is published on our website and is also provided to the legislature each spring. We also have security policies in place to ensure that our infrastructure, technical architecture, everything that we do is secure. We take security very, very seriously in the department, and I am very fortunate in that I have agency leadership who is behind that, support that. I mean, there are a lot of places where agencies, school districts, even in the private sector, they don't want to put forth the effort or the money to do what you really need to do to protect data. We are very fortunate that we have that in this agency. So security policies, that's my number one priority in this role. The very first thing I have to do, I have to ensure that we are compliant with the State of Kansas Information Technology Executive Council security policies. We also, as an agency, have security policies which go beyond. We don't stop with what they say we need to do. We go beyond that. We must comply with federal and state student data privacy law. Ensure data sharing agreements are in place before data goes anywhere. Scott's going to talk a little more about that. We ensure that our technical architecture is based upon the zero tolerance, zero trust, and is distributed across all of the technologies in the agency. We also, in the agency, have what we call a data governance program. The data governance program began in 2008, so shortly after the KIDS collection system was put in place. There's a data governance board that's facilitated by a data compliance officer, and it's a formal structure. It's that formal structure for decision-making and authority for data that's related to data-related matters. Roles and responsibilities are established and assigned. We know who the data owners are in the agency. We know who the data stewards, those subject matter experts that need to know their data in order to administer the programs for which they need to administer. All of those roles, responsibilities are established. And then, of course, we ensure that there's compliance with security and ethical standards for data use. Every single data request that comes into the agency goes through, I shouldn't say that, some end up, he'll talk about it. Data governance looks at those. Data doesn't leave the agency unless the data governance board has voted to approve that request. And it is comprised of directors and subject matter experts from each of our program areas. So Beth Foltz, Amanda Peterson, you can just go down the line of those folks who are directors or subject matter experts in the agency. I'm going to toot our horn because this agency is considered a leader in data governance at the national level. We do this really, really well. So well that we are called upon many times to help other state education agencies put data governance in place. We have done so in many states. Just in the last 2 months, we have, number one, recorded a video with one other state agency about data governance that will be published on the U.S. Department of Ed's website for other states and school districts to look at. School districts need data governance as well. And I have folks on a plane headed to Washington, D.C. right now to Stats DC conference, which is attended by school districts across the nation and other state education agencies to present on data governance. So we do it really, really well. Training, we provide training. We have a data quality certification training that is available to our school districts at no cost. We have what we call kids new staff. So for those new folks that are coming into a district, that introduction to collecting and reporting student data. It's district focused in nature. It's role based. You know, if you're a superintendent, what should you be looking at? If you're the individual enrolling a student, what should you be looking at? Reporting. We cover all of that. The only requirement for districts for us to come to their district and spend the day with them is that they have 5 people attend. That's it. 5 people. This has been in place for many years as well. It is also nationally recognized. And then, of course, our IT security and data privacy training, which we require of all new agency staff. They must complete it within 2 days or they don't access anything, can't do their job till they do it, and then have to annually complete and pass. We review those, we track those, and then it is also a training that is available to our school districts. If school districts don't have the resources to provide the annual training that needs to be provided to staff, they can work with ours to enroll those educators, enroll the staff in our learning management system, and they can complete the training. We track it, provide a report, provide certificates of completion. We stood that up last year after an LPA IT security audit on our school districts. There's some resources on here. The Kids Web, that's where you will find more information than you probably want to know about data collection in our department and information about our training. If there's other information that you would like, reach out to Commissioner Watson, and I'll be happy to provide it. If we need to have a deeper conversation with a couple of folks, I'm happy to do that always. It's a pleasure to be here. It's always nice to be here. So I'm going to turn it over to, he's probably sleeping. Going to turn it over to Scott Gordon.
Can I ask you a few questions before you go?
Oh, sure.
I'll try to make it high level and brief. I'm curious, if you think about the percentage, your time as a whole for the department, where do you feel like the largest percentage of that time goes? Like, what's the big thing that you spend a lot of energy working on?
The IT department?
If you tried to narrow in the data realm.
Collecting and disseminating data for the purpose of, yeah.
I'm really impressed by your presentation.
Thank you.
This is my world, so I can absolutely relate. It's a really good overview. You know your weaknesses. You're working towards them. It sounds like there are a ton of great strengths. I want to get clear on there's state level governance. Essentially just overlaps with KSDE, but it sounds like KSDE is maybe a little ahead of the curve.
So
when I think about the legislative post audits, you've got KSDE, but there's also going to be a state level IT group, right? How do you interface with them?
So the state level IT group through, there's an information technology executive board. There's the executive council who creates and publishes the standards or policies that they want state agencies to abide by. We participate in those and provide feedback. And then we take those policies and any changes from year to year, if there's something new. A few years ago that was big was, of course, the password having to be much longer. No one liked that. Let's see, multi-factor authentication for access to any administrative, higher level access to student data. We have that multi-factor authentication. We encrypted USB drives, so anything you're plugging into your computer, if it's not encrypted with our encryption software, you can't connect it and look at it. So we do everything that they ask us to do or that they update each year, but then we also take a look at what we're doing and take into consideration the data, student data. every student since 2006 in the state of Kansas. We have to protect that. We have to do more than the minimum. And so that's what we do.
Yeah, I had written some questions earlier and I held mine till the end because you continued to just answer them. If I wanted to market to kids, to parents with particular kinds of data, the answer is just no, because I couldn't get that request past your board. They'd say absolutely not. So that's not even an option. And what you're describing could literally, I mean, the opportunity here could revolutionize so many things for systems. You talked about enrollment. You can reduce errors. Like, shout out to all of the counselors right now that are living this week and next week trying to fix schedules, right? Oops, we accidentally enrolled that kid in a class that they've already taken. Like, that would just go by the wayside. IPS recommendations, calling out opportunities. I looked at the course catalog for Olathe, and it's giant. And having, a recommender that could say, hey, you took these classes and did well in them, you might consider taking these other classes. There's just so much neat opportunity here for kids where you can leverage their own data back for them. So I just want to congratulate you on what you're doing and ask one last question. How can we possibly ensure that you're getting the funding that you need to not just keep the lights on, but like do more? And I would look at Randy.
He left.
I'll be sure to ask him. Maybe Scott can help us out with
the
that.
system that we are putting in place is based upon data standards. The Michael and Susan Dell Foundation has published EdFi standards. Those are the standards we are basing the data collection off of. It's no cost for us to collaborate with them. It's no cost for them to come help us with whatever we need help with. They are very instrumental in the work that every state education agency and actually districts are doing in the nation. The EdVice standard started out as a school district standard, and then the light bulb went off for folks to say, oh, we need to do this at the state level. What happens is once we have things in place, the folks that I have right now, I have project teams. So we have a project manager, requirements business analysts, quality assurance analysts, database administrator, developers. The systems that they are developing, updating, maintaining at this point in time, many of those that collect that data will roll into this new system, so their role changes. The tasks that they perform every day might look a little different. I don't foresee that we will need more staff. I foresee that as folks retire or maybe move on, that we will actually have some positions that we would not fill. It will save the agency some money in the long run, I believe.
Thank you so much.
Well, Madam Chair, members of the board, I will tell you that many years ago, I attended my first conference dealing with student data privacy, and about half an hour into it, my eyes were glazed over like many of yours are. But then one of the speakers came in to talk about student data privacy laws, specifically talking about FERPA. And he says, don't worry, I've got a joke to help wake you all up, and it's hilarious. And I'm thinking, there's nothing funny about student data privacy at all. We don't know how you could possibly make this entertaining. And this is how he started. He says, I've got a great FERPA joke for you, but I can't tell you. You know you're in a room full of data nerds when they start laughing at that joke. If you don't understand why that's funny, and I will tell you it's hilarious, hopefully you will be laughing and you at least understand why some people think this is funny by the end of my little spiel here. One thing that I like to do whenever I get a phone call or an email, someone angry because, well, the school has violated my child's FERPA. I'll say, wow, that sounds painful. They probably haven't. What's the issue? And then I'll sometimes ask them, what does FERPA stand for? 9 times out of 10, someone will say, oh, FERPA is the Federal Educational Rights. Nope, stop, get out. In fact, I did that last week at a data governance board meeting. One of our directors was giving me a hard time about FERPA, and he didn't know what it stood for. FERPA is the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act. It is the federal privacy law that does afford parents certain rights. First and foremost, it provides access to rights for parents and students that are either 18 and older or they attend college. That is what started FERPA out, is to give parents access to their children's or their students' educational records. It also allows parents to request amendments to those records. Now, the schools are not obligated to make those amendments. You can ask for them, but there's not a legal obligation to make any changes. But if you ask for them and they decide not to make whatever change, many times it may be what their attendance record is. That apparently is a very common request, right? You can request the amendment, and if they don't want to make it, at the very least they have to note somewhere in the records that you've asked for that change to occur. Okay. It also prevents the nonchalant disclosure of certain personal information, or the private information, unless certain exceptions or allowances occur. Okay? And it is a piece of law. It's written into two different parts of the federal law. It is in statute as well as the regulations. If you have a problem sleeping at night, I encourage you to find that book that I have scanned pictures of there. It will put you to sleep, or at least make you really hate anything having to do with student data privacy sometimes. Here's the version when it's too long, you don't want to read it. Unless the circumstances by which someone's asking to see the student records fall within a specific exception, a school or anyone acting on behalf of the school, such as a Department of Education, shall not disclose the information contained within an educational record. Okay? If you remember nothing else about what FERPA says, that is probably, that's FERPA in a nutshell. The big question is, well, what is an educational record? And I always think of the big magical red folder that we imagined growing up as what we were told was our permanent record. If you skip class, it's going in your permanent record. So I always just imagine this big red folder that once something goes into it, it's never allowed to come out. The definition of an educational record within the FERPA regulations is our records that are directly related to a student. They have to be maintained by an educational agency or institution, or by a party acting for the agency or institution. Fun fact, although typically you may consider yourselves to be an educational agency, within FERPA, you're not. And the Department of Education is not an educational institution because we don't have students. We are an agency that acts on behalf of the educational agencies or institutions. So we still have to comply with the FERPA rules. If we don't comply with the FERPA rules, then we could get a court order that says you're not allowed to have access to student data anymore. Functionally, that's one of the major ways that FERPA is enforced. Probably what's more important than what counts as an educational record is what is not an educational record. Personal observations are never educational records. If a teacher or a paraprofessional observes a student acting up in class, or they happen to know that that child was suspended for 3 days, they don't have to open the red folder to know that, right? They've gathered that information. They may be the ones that suspended the student. If I have that knowledge, that is not considered an educational record. So while it may be rude, it may violate some sense of privacy. If I am a student's teacher and I know that little Jimmy Porter was having a hard time paying attention in class today, and so he should not be allowed to go run track or play basketball, I'm allowed to go tell the other teachers, he's having a hard time focusing in class. Maybe we should work on this. That is not a violation of any Student Data Privacy Act. Notes that are kept by staff for their own recollection. So a teacher that may take notes about how a student's performing, or they were 20 minutes late to class, or they don't get along with this other student, so I better not put them together. Not an educational record, so long as it's not shared and it's not kept in that mythical red folder. Now you can share it with a substitute, for example, to let that sub know, hey, do not put these two together, they will never shut up. They're allowed to do that. Records that are created or maintained for law enforcement purposes. Many school districts, especially the larger ones, have their own law enforcement divisions that are not there necessary to discipline the students. They have nothing to do with the grades or the academic part of the students. They're there to protect the students and to make sure laws are not being violated. If those security teams or the law enforcement divisions have surveillance videos, for example, on campus, if those videos or those cameras are maintained specifically for law enforcement purposes, they are law enforcement records. They're not educational records. Not every school agrees with that, and they're allowed to be wrong. And those that don't agree with that, they're just wrong. Now, if you are using, let's say you've only got one videotape, or you've got one picture that the school is using and they've kept it for disciplinary purposes. You know, they've suspended Scott Gordon because he won't shut up in class. Shame on them, but if they do that and they're basing it off a video, that is maintained for an educational purpose. I can't share that with the law enforcement team. But if they, for some reason, made 2 copies of the same video, here's the copy that goes to law enforcement if you think that there's been a violation of the law. Here's the copy that goes with the school counselor's office. You're using that for disciplinary purposes. They are 2 different records. And there's actually a letter that PTAC put out many years ago regarding what about homework and classwork? The instances that you may recall, maybe in elementary or junior high, that you would share papers and you'd grade each other's papers before they actually got recorded. And the federal government acknowledged that is not considered an educational record. The homework in and of itself is not the educational record. Again, you think of that red folder, until it goes in that red folder and it's documented somehow, it's not an educational record. Artwork, arguably, is not considered an educational record. So if a student in elementary school has a piece of art that they've turned into class and the teacher decides they want to hang that up in the library, that's not necessarily an educational record. Okay. So the other law that we deal with quite a bit is the Student Data Privacy Act. And this is the state law that we've had in place in some form or fashion since 2014. And Kathy is probably smirking and rolling her eyes behind me because she knows I tend to get on a bit of a soapbox regarding the Student Data Privacy Act. I say, this is not what my soapbox looks like. This is what my soapbox looks like when I get to it. Many of the restrictions are duplicative of FERPA, okay? There are limits to the disclosure of student data. It does require annual written notice to the parents. That's the same as FERPA. And it does allow for the disclosure of personally identifiable information for certain purposes. The purposes are limited quite a bit though. Here are some differences between FERPA and the Student Data Privacy Act. Under federal law, schools are required to give parents the ability to opt out of sharing certain student data. Under state law, parents have to opt in. They have to click something on a box, usually at the beginning of the year with all the other paperwork they have to fill out, saying, yes, it's okay for you to share this type of information. Usually it's talking about directory information, or almost always directory information. Directory information is typically the stuff that you find in a phone book when they used to exist, right? Name, maybe the age, maybe the grade that they're in, the school they're enrolled in, if they are involved in any particular extracurricular activities. That is what is referred to as directory information. It's not overly private. Schools are allowed to use that exception under FERPA and under the Student Data Privacy Act to disclose certain pieces of information. Because schools are able to verify, yes, this is something that was signed off on by the parents. That is not an exception that the state education agency ever relies on. We do not disclose directory information. We get that request fairly often, maybe 2 or 3 times a year. Well, why can't, it's directory information, just give it to me. We have no verification, and we're not even going to try to verify that parents have actually opted in or opted out of allowing it. So we don't use directory information, but schools often do. The Student Data Privacy Act also does require very specific clauses within the data sharing agreements. And I will tell you that when the legislature wrote the Student Data Privacy Act, I believe they pretty much took our model Data Privacy Act and took the more important clauses out of it, and that's what they started requiring. Okay? Enforcement under the Student Data Privacy Act, fortunately, is not me. If someone wants to try to enforce the Student Data Privacy Act, they can ask for a court order by way of Office of the Attorney General, or any district attorney in the state of competent jurisdiction may seek an injunction. That's how that state law is enforced. The specific requirements within all of our data sharing agreements, we've always had these. Now, it happens to be in state law as well. We have to put within the data sharing agreement the purpose, scope, and duration of the agreement. Generally, our agreements are for 1 year at a time. If you can't finish the project within 1 year, then they come back and say, well, can we extend that? Depends on the nature of the project. There are certain limitations on the use of the data. Just because we give you access to data doesn't mean that you own it. It doesn't mean you get to do whatever you want. You don't get to publish it. You can only do it for the very specific purposes for which we're giving it to you. And then finally, there is an assurance of data destruction that they have to certify, saying, yes, I swear that the data you gave us that we promised to destroy, we have destroyed it. At one time, it was either destroy it or return it to us. It didn't make any sense to say, well, you guarantee return it to us, because that doesn't mean you didn't keep it on your own servers. So now they have to have an assurance of data destruction. And really, here's where I kind of get on a tangent. Disclosure of the personally identifiable information is always authorized to either the authorized personnel of an educational agency, and by authorized personnel, I mean someone that actually needs it to do their job. If teacher A and teacher B have a student in common, right, they can share information because both teachers need that particular information. If it's just some random teacher that happens to be your friend, no, you cannot share educational information with that teacher. There needs to be a reason. Another example that I use is myself. If we consider ourselves to be an educational agency, which we're not, but we're a state agency, try as I might, Kathy will not give me any data about my nephew. Not that I've asked, but if she had any, she wouldn't give it to me. And I have access to a lot of stuff, being general counsel. It has to be authorized personnel to the Kansas Board of Regents. That includes universities, and then always to the student or the student's parents. Those are always what's allowed. Without prior consent is also authorized with other state agencies if there's a data sharing agreement, and also with service providers engaged in a function of instruction, assessment, or longitudinal reporting. Now's when I get on my soapbox, because the student data privacy law, which for years I have said is a really stupid law. I know I'm not supposed to call it a stupid law anymore, so I will just say that the stupid law is poorly written. First of all, it defines student data as the name, date of birth, school of attendance, their grades, and everything else within the definition. So they should have just said includes everything. I don't know why they had the catch-all on there, because it does include every record. And I will tell you, by and large, we rely on the FERPA definition of what counts as a piece of student data. But here's the other bigger problem, and what I usually get on the soapbox about. They never defined what is a function of instruction, assessment, or longitudinal reporting. So they've left that up to us to make that determination. And I would tell you, we started an interpretation many years ago, right after the law was passed, and we had a very conservative interpretation of what that law means. A function of instruction literally means teaching. You have to have information about the student to teach them, not a problem. Assessment is referring to the state assessments of student performance. Many people will try to say, no, assessment can mean assessment of the program. No, that's not what anyone was talking about whenever assessment was under consideration. And then finally, longitudinal reporting. Again, that's merely just the reporting, not the research that might be needed to create those longitudinal reports. We've tried a couple of times unsuccessfully, I think we'll probably try again, to include some measure whereby we could allow disclosure of the data we have for some research that we would love to have. Because there is some level of research, our staff is limited. Right? There's only so many projects that Kathy's team and Beth's team can take on at one time. But every single time, the answer has been no. We don't want there to be any research done of any way, shape, or form with any of the student data. Call it irony, call it hypocrisy, whatever you want to call it. But you'll recall there's been some comments about the fact that we weren't using evidence-based practices for those that are at risk, and we wanted 5 years of research done. That's fine. It's not going to be based on any Kansas kids because we can't give them the data to do that research. We can't even give, for example, the universities access to our data to do research that would be very helpful to fill out the websites that the legislature wants schools to put up every year. All of that falls on Kathy's team and sometimes on Beth's team. So, end of rant. I know many people don't like that particular interpretation, but no one can say that we're not in compliance with the Student Data Privacy Act. So if anyone says that we're giving data away, we're selling it to Google or Amazon or whomever, no. No, we're not. Kathy did talk a little bit about data governance. And here's kind of the overview and my role in this. We get requests for student level data or aggregate data submitted online through the agency website called Data Central. Then I review them before anybody else. I mean, Charlotte does a great job of clarifying exactly what data people want. Many times I believe she tells them, Scott's not gonna let you have it. And yet they still ask. And if I see a request that would require us to violate either the Student Data Privacy Act or FERPA, done. Well, it doesn't even get to the Data Governance Board. I just say, no, that is illegal for us to provide that data. Oh, but we'll do a data sharing agreement, don't care. Oh, but it's really important, it would be really helpful for kids. Sounds great, can't do it. I want to do the research because I want to create something that's going to benefit kids in the state of Kansas. Sounds great, can't do it. What we will often try to do is give them some kind of solution that should be helpful. We will try to we'll do the calculations for them to the extent that we can. If you ask any of the data people, they will tell you that there's not a lot you can do with data that's already been aggregated and added together. You have to have the raw numbers to do the math the way you want to do. She'll explain that way better than I do, because she's probably rolling her eyes again at my trying to explain it. Then it goes to the Data Governance Board, and they make the determination of, okay, do we have the data? Is the data any good? Is this data that the purpose for which we gathered the data fits with what you want to do with it? They ultimately make that determination, and they vote in meetings to decide whether or not to give the data over. I am not a voting member of the Data Governance Board, but I do sit in on the meetings. With that, Madam Chair, I hopefully now you get the FERPA joke, and if not, it's a lost cause anyway. I still think it's hilarious. With that, Madam Chair, we're happy to answer any questions y'all may have.
I thought the joke was great, and if you didn't get the joke, the dog was cute too. So,
Thank you.
I do not see any questions here, board members.
All right, thank you all. Have a good day.
Thank you both so much for being here. Appreciate it. That brings us nearly to the end of our agenda.
Can I just say?
Oh, Randy.
So a couple things. You saw the legislative post audit that somewhat criticized our agency for not having more oversight of local school districts and what they do. Kathy's team was never built to do that. It was built to maintain our security. She gives good guidance, but to do that literally is 2 to 3 times, maybe greater, the number of staff that it would take to monitor Leavenworth or Eureka and help beyond give guidance. So we're not opposed to that. We just don't have the infrastructure. As Kathy mentioned, there are many school districts that have a bigger IT staff than we do in a large system. So I just wanted you to be aware of that. There's nothing in state statute that gives us the authority to do that. And so it was kind of interesting when the audit came back and said, you should do this when there's no state authority for us to do it and no capability for us to do it past, here's guidance, here's the best practices, here's things you should do, but monitoring that and ensuring that is not something we can currently do. Did you want to say anything more about that? Okay.
I just want to follow up because I asked a question while you were out of the room and ended a couple of questions with the question of funding. Like, what can we do to ensure that this group has the funding that they need? It feels like there is such an opportunity for you to really be struggling, for there to be huge gaps in what your department needs as far as people, but also some of the software that you're going to need eventually as you get to a place where there's more data and you're handling it in different ways.
We still, in my opinion, we still lag behind the idea as you move from paper to electronic records. And so this is true of schools. I mean, schools were moving to computerized systems, but still providing paper budgets and, copier budgets and managing that. I think there's two things, Melanie, with that. One of your goals is safety and security, which includes cybersecurity. We're attacked. I think even Dennis mentioned maybe a scam came to an email even today. We're attacked every single day, multiple times, and they're sophisticated attacks, right? Trying to get data systems. We need more money to just do that. We need more money to secure the data systems. Schools are going to need more money if they're going to keep data security systems. We just read in Hawaii of a community college whose data was taken and ransomware was done before they could get that data back. So I think that's one part of it. If we want to serve in the way that post-audit suggested to the legislature, we would need an astronomical increase in funding and staffing to do that. That may be appropriate, but you're going to create huge, in some people's mind, bureaucracy at the state level to manage that. But that may or may not be, appropriate. It's just, we just can't do it. So the other thing I would say that Kathy is a master at, and her team, is that we bring them in on the front end of a lot of strategic thinking about the outcome we're trying to get to. And they not only say, well, you can't do this or you can't do that. If we do this for you, you're not going to get to this outcome. We really need to rethink the outcome and then design the system to get that, because too often we design the system and we can't get to the outcome, and they're really good at that. But that takes, great people. Fortunately for her, state government's been able to give raises in the last couple of years. Otherwise, traditionally and still today, we're traditionally under. We can't compete against the private sector because those jobs pay a lot more, especially now. And so when we get really good programmers and data management, she has to do a great job at keeping those. So everyone needs money. But if we're really going to be serious about security, if you look, just look at the war going on right now. It's being fought technologically by drones and management. Those are systems, and those systems, have the opportunity to go down, right, or have something bad to them. We're probably not, as a state, as a nation, really investing in what it's going to take to keep those systems safe and secure in the future. We just aren't. But that requires tons of resources.
Danny, you're good. Okay. I just want to thank you both again so much for being here, and please pass along to your department how much we appreciate them, the work they do.
I'm going to start this at 4:50 so we can take a little break before.
That sounds great.
I move that the Kansas State Board of Education recess into executive session to discuss the subject of non-elected personnel matters which is justified pursuant to non-elected personnel exception under COMA in order to protect the privacy interests of individuals to be discussed. The session will begin at 4:50 for 10 minutes in the boardroom. We will return to session at 5 o'clock, and we will invite Randy Watson into the session.
Do we need to invite Mark Ferguson?
Nope.
No? Okay. Is there a second? Dina? All in favor? That's 10-0. Motion passes. See you back shortly.
Jump over.
And we're back. We're good? Okay. Executive session has closed and no board action was taken. There's no board action that needs to be taken now. So we will recess until tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Thank you.